Chapter 4880. Ye Immortal had used a Genesis technique from the get-go. A great sun sprinkled down rays of light. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi that was incomparably hot and capable of incinerating all things. This kind of attack was a large-scale attack, and it was an indiscriminate attack. In an instant, it enveloped the three 9-man joint attack formations and the silver-eyed Een corpse. Clang, clang, clang. The three 9-man formations continuously clashed with the scorching sword chi. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. In the end, 2 of the formations were knocked back and their light dimmed. The people who had set up the formations vomited blood and were seriously injured. There was also a formation that was attacked by 9 people, but it was even more miserable. It was directly destroyed, and the 9 people who set up the formation were pierced by thousands of sword lights and died. The carrier used by the 9-man formation wasn't damaged, and Ye Immortal put it away with a wave of his hand. The protective black chi around the silver-eyed Een corpse was also pierced and hundreds of tiny sword holes appeared on its body. However, the silver-eyed Een corpse's vitality was extremely tenacious and it didn't die. Black chi surged around its body and the sword holes rapidly healed. Damn it! Yuan Jioji's eyes turned red. The 9-man formation just now was his subordinate. Even in the Primordial Light Clan, a 9-man formation carrier was very precious. It was a huge loss for them to fall into Ye Immortal's hands. In Yuan Jioji's heart, Ye Immortal's hatred was second only to Lu Ming's. At this moment, Yi Wuxian was about to make a move and take away the 15 battle blades. But then, a giant sword light slashed towards him. It was the 21 people under Yuan Jioji's command. Facing an array set up by 21 people, even the current Yi Wuxian had no choice but to focus on the battle. Boom! The 2 sides clashed again, shaking the entire chi channel. Space shook and the mountain quaked even more violently. At the same time, the 21 people under Yuan Baji's command flickered and set up a great formation. That's right, Yuan Baji also needed a 21-man joint attack formation. Multicolored light soared into the sky, condensing into a huge battle saber. His battle saber sliced through the air and headed straight for Ye Immortal. Boom! Ye Immortal attacked with all his might and clashed with the giant saber. Even Yi Xiao couldn't match up to the 2 21-man array formations. He couldn't help but retreat. The terrifying power directly destroyed the other palace below. That is, many people's eyes suddenly widened. That was because there were also balls of light in the destroyed palace. There were a total of 12 balls of light, and within each ball of light was a spear covered with runes. It was the carrier of another joint attack formation. This mountain was different from the previous one. On the mountain peak in front of them, there was a huge palace that was connected together. The palaces on the mountain peak were separated. There were at least a dozen of them scattered across the vast mountain peak. Could it be that in every palace, there was a carrier of a joint attack formation? Many people's hearts raced. If that was the case, it would be invaluable. Even the primordial light race, which had a rich heritage, was tempted. It was too difficult to refine a joint attack formation. Not only were the materials extremely rare, but the refining requirements were also shockingly high. If there were really so many joint attack formation carriers, it would be a huge treasure trove. Collect! Yi Wuxian roared and grabbed downwards with his palm. A gigantic claw was formed and enveloped the 12 spears below. As he channeled his energy, the light that enveloped the 12 spears exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 12 spears flew towards Ye Immortal and were collected by Ye Immortal. You're courting death. Kill him. Yuan Baji roared. The 2 21-man joint attack formations formed a saber and a sword respectively and attacked Ye Immortal. Both sides were in a pinnacle battle. Yuan Baji and his men appeared above the 15 battle sabers and began to collect them. Yuan Baji's face was a little gloomy. He also wanted the 15 battle saber formation carriers, but he had lost a lot of his men and couldn't compete with Yuan Baji. Go, follow me. Yuan Jioji gave a low cry and led his subordinates, charging towards another hall. Perhaps, each of the palaces here had a joint attack formation as a carrier. For the sake of the formation carriers, he couldn't care less about guarding the iron chain. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, several angry roars came from the other palaces on the mountain. Following that, a few burly figures rushed out from a few palaces. These figures were shrouded in thick black chi. They were fierce and had a monstrous aura. They were absolute Een corpses, and they were all silver-eyed Een corpses. There were actually so many silver-eyed Een corpses on this mountain. There were already 4 of them, plus the previous one, there were 5 of them. Silver-eyed Een corpses were equivalent to Guangxin royal envoys. Yuan Baji and Yuan Baji's faces changed drastically when so many of them appeared at once. Set up the formation and meet the enemy. Yuan Baji roared. Yuan Yu was the only Guangxin royal envoy left under his command. He definitely couldn't stop them and had to rely on the joint attack formation. At the same time, Yuan Baji also ordered his men to attack. A big chaotic battle broke out. Good opportunity. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others looked at each other, revealing a tempted look. Previously, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Now, it was time to make a move. They were very tempted by those joint attack formations. They were too important for the current Heaven Destroyer. Among the current major forces in the universe, there was no need to mention the creatures in the forbidden areas. They had existed since the last era and had a deep foundation. They themselves had a large number of joint attack formations. The quasi-saint race also had a deep foundation and also had joint attack formations. Even the celestial race had now obtained several sets of joint attack formations. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, except for Lu Ming and the others who had obtained a set of joint attack formations, the others didn't know the situation. Perhaps they would gain nothing. If this continued, the gap between the strength of the Heaven Destroyer and the other forces would become bigger and bigger. The competition between forces relied on the overall strength. The overall strength must be strong. Relying on the strength of a few people, they could win for a while, but in the end, it wouldn't last long. For example, Lu Ming defeated his opponent, but the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer wasn't strong enough and couldn't occupy the vast universe ruins. Only when the overall strength was strong could they occupy a larger territory and obtain more resources. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, you guys enter the Chaos Ring first. Bone Demon and I will rush over. When the time is right, I will let you guys out. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then let them enter the Chaos Ring first. He and Bone Demon's figure flashed and rushed towards the iron chain like 2 streams of light. Chapter 4881. As soon as Lu Ming and the Bone Demon appeared, the people of the Primordial Light tribe noticed them. However, they were busy dealing with the silver-eyed Een corpse, so how could they have the strength to stop Lu Ming and the Bone Demon? Soon, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon passed through the iron chain and rushed in another direction, disappearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lu Ming and the Bone Demon rushing over, the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe also showed signs of interest. In the end, Song Qiong also rushed toward the iron chain with the expert comparable to the Guangxin Imperial Envoy and several joint attack formations. They also successfully passed through the iron chain and entered the second mountain peak. As for the others, they continued to stay on the first mountain peak. This was because the battle ahead was too intense. There were too many experts participating, and they were all at the level of the Guangxin Imperial Envoy. Even the strongest existence like the Lord of Heaven would find it difficult to intervene. Wouldn't the others be courting death if they went over? Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were very fast. They quickly left the battlefield and appeared in front of a palace hall. Lu Ming moved his mind and released Dandan from the primitive ring. There are no formations in the palace hall. Dandan sensed carefully and said. Then, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan restrained their auras and rushed into the palace hall. They arrived at the center of the palace hall unimpeded and found something. There were 12 light balls wrapped around 12 battle swords. Each sword was covered with runes. They were the carriers of joint attack formations. Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan were overjoyed. In every palace here, there was indeed a carrier for a joint attack formation. Fortunately, there was no danger in this palace hall and they didn't encounter any extreme Een corpse. Without hesitation, the 3 of them immediately broke the light balls and put away the 12 sword-type joint attack formations. A 12-person joint attack formation could be brought back to the Heaven Destroyer. If 12 peak Divine Master experts were to set up the formation, the Heaven Destroyer would have the strength of a Guangqin Imperial Envoy. Even if it wasn't as strong, the difference wouldn't be too big. The three of them were excited. They walked around the palace hall and confirmed that there were no other joint attack formations. Then, they left and went to another palace hall. The mountain peak was very large. Even the top of the mountain was very wide. Dozens of palaces were scattered around the mountain peak, and there was still some distance between them. After a while, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan appeared in front of another palace hall. Dandan sensed for a moment, but there were still no fluctuations of the array formation. The three of them walked in without worry. Sure enough, at the center of the hall, they found another joint attack formation carrier. There were still 12 carriers. It seemed that there were very few carriers of formations like the 15 sabers from before. However, there was a figure sitting cross-legged below the 12 combined attack formation carriers. Suddenly, the figure turned its head and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Its silver eyes were filled with a cold and brutal aura. Its body was covered in black gas. It was a silver-eyed Een corpse. The silver-eyed Een corpse roared. The black gas around its body surged. It pounced at Lu Ming and the others. Its sharp claws tore through the air. Its power was terrifying. Dandan threw out a handful of blue firestone powder. The blue firestone powder stuck to the silver-eyed Een corpse. The blue firestone powder and the black gas around the silver-eyed Een corpse collided, creating a sizzling sound. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon had already charged out, attacking the silver-eyed Een corpse together. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's battle strength were not weaker than the silver-eyed Een corpse. With the addition of the blue firestone divine weapon, they could restrain the silver-eyed Een corpse. No matter how strong the silver-eyed Een corpse's vitality was, it was not a match for Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. In just a few moves, the silver-eyed Een corpse was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's spear pierced through its body. The energy of the blue firestone exploded from the silver-eyed Een corpse's body. However, the silver-eyed Een corpse was not ordinary. The blue firestone had a great restraining effect on ordinary extreme Een corpses, but it had a great effect on the silver-eyed Een corpse. The silver-eyed Een corpse's black gas exploded, constantly wearing down the flames of the blue firestone. Unfortunately, the Bone Demon's attack also arrived. The purple gold battle axe almost chopped off the silver-eyed Een corpse's head, causing the silver-eyed Een corpse to be even more seriously injured. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's attacks did not stop. They were like a storm, constantly attacking the silver-eyed Een corpse. Although the silver-eyed Een corpse resisted with all its might, after more than 10 moves, it was still unable to resist. Its body was cut into several pieces, and it was completely killed. After killing the silver-eyed Een corpse, they put away the carrier of the joint attack array. Then, the three of them quickly left this place and headed for another hall. However, this time, when the three of them approached the hall, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were fine, but Dandan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed greatly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon came to Dandan's aid in time, blocking most of the power of the aura. They also pulled Dandan back quickly. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. His eyes were like stars, and his killing intent was as cold as frost. Ye Immortal! The figure that appeared from the hall was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for so long. The Ye Immortal said coldly. It was obvious that the Ye Immortal had used some unknown method to escape from the primordial light race's experts and arrived at this hall in advance. He had taken away the joint attack array carrier in the hall and laid an ambush here. His goal was to lure Lu Ming and the others into the trap. It was obvious that he had seen Lu Ming and the Bone Demon arrive at this mountain. Get into formation. Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, used the joint attack array to block him. Dandan shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuxiu appeared before Dandan had even finished speaking. Sword of the Heavens, Destruction of the Sun. The Yi Immortal used a terrifying Genesis technique the moment he attacked. A great sun appeared, and endless rays of light scattered down. Endless sword light pierced towards Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan. Dandan, step back. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward, shielding Dandan behind him. He thrust his palm forward, and a continent appeared above them. Then, the battle god's spear danced wildly in the air, forming an airtight shield. The Bone Demon also attacked with all his strength, forming layers of defense. His body rapidly grew in size, using his body to block the sword light that filled the sky. PFF PFF PFF. The continent was instantly pierced through. Countless tiny sword holes appeared on it, and then it crumbled. The scorching sword light didn't stop, and it collided with Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. A series of collisions rang out, and the two were sent flying back. The Bone Demon was slightly better off. The Yi Immortal didn't use a spirit attack, and he withstood it with his sturdy immortal body. Lu Ming wasn't as well off. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Several parts of his body had been pierced by the sword light. Get into formation, get into formation. Dandan roared. The Yi Immortal was too terrifying. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were no match for him. Even escaping was a problem. Chapter 4882. When Yi Immortal was a 9th-tier divine master, his battle prowess was already at the level of a Guangqian royal envoy. Coupled with his top-tier divine weapons, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. After breaking through to the peak divine master level, his battle prowess skyrocketed. There was already a huge gap between a 9th-tier divine master and a peak divine master. Even if Lu Ming and Gu Mo joined forces, there was still a huge gap between them and Yi Immortal. They had to set up a 10-man joint attack formation to put up a fight. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others appeared from the Chaos Ring. As soon as they appeared, they did not delay at all and immediately began to set up a formation. The formation of 10 people combined to form a huge figure. The figure wore black armor covered with barbs and held a halberd in its hand. It looked very ferocious. It was very different from the joint attack formation the heavenly human race had obtained. At the same time, Yi Immortal's attack arrived. This time, Yi Immortal used an even more terrifying Genesis technique. It was a single-target attack, Sword of the Heavens, Star Explosion. A giant star pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. The giant star constantly surged, containing a terrifying amount of energy. Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. At the same time, they swung their halberds with all their might. Boom! The halberd struck the star, causing it to explode with destructive energy. The black-armored warriors' bodies shook violently as they frantically retreated. The people who had set up the formation, such as Dandan, Bubbles, and Ling Yue, paled and almost vomited blood. However, Yi Immortal's attack was finally blocked. What a powerful attack! Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. One must know that when they set up the joint attack formation, they could easily suppress Guangqian royal envoys like Yuan Yu. At that time, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others hadn't reached the 8th-tier divine master level yet. Their joint attack formation wasn't as powerful as it was now. Even though the combined attack array was stronger now, it still felt like it was no match for Yi Immortal. This showed just how strong the Yi Immortal was. Go! After blocking Yi Immortal's attack, Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. Although the joint attack array could withstand Yi Immortal's attack, it was only temporary. The joint attack array consumed a lot of energy, especially for Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, Ling Yue, and Wanshan. They were only 8th-level divine masters, so their energy would be quickly depleted. They had to shake off the Yi Immortal before they ran out of energy. You want to leave? Yi Immortal's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than anyone else's. There was already a taboo sword ancestor. He did not want another Lu Ming to appear. The stronger the taboo sword ancestor was, the greater the impact it would have on the heavenly human tribe. Yi Immortal stepped forward and chased after Lu Ming and the others like a stream of light. He swung his sword, sending terrifying rays of sword light toward the black-armored warriors. However, these were not Genesis techniques. They were just ordinary attacks, so Lu Ming and the others easily blocked them. Even Yi Immortal couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. Using Genesis techniques consumed a lot of energy. Even though Yi Immortal's control over his own energy had reached the pinnacle and he wouldn't waste any energy, he couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. He would only use them when he was close enough. The two sides fought as they walked. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Sword of the Heavenly Human, Star Explosion. When the two sides were close enough, Yi Immortal used another terrifying Genesis technique. A star crashed toward the black-armored warriors, filled with terrifying destructive power. Lu Ming and the others could only meet the attack head-on. Boom! After the collision, the black-armored warriors were sent flying again. Their bodies were trembling, and the light on their bodies had dimmed significantly. This is bad. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others sank. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves before Dandan and the others ran out of energy. Once their energy was depleted, the array would collapse. But from the looks of it, it would be very difficult for them to shake off Yi Immortal before the array collapsed. Let's enter the crack, Lu Ming transmitted to the others. They had to give it their all. He wanted to enter the crack and use the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels to shake off Yi Immortal. Although it wasn't a good time to enter the depths of his chi channels, the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels seemed to have gone berserk when the giant bird charged out. Dense heavenly abode light would rush out from the depths of his chi channels from time to time, making it very dangerous. However, they had the armor refined by Dandan, so they might be able to give it a try. Okay, let's do it. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Bone Devil, and the others agreed through voice transmission. Swish! The black-armored warriors charged towards one side of the mountain. There was a crack there. Yi Immortal quickly chased after them. After exchanging a few moves, Yi Immortal used another Genesis technique, Star Explosion. This time, Dandan, Tang Jun and the others violently vomited blood. The array was on the verge of collapsing, and they were in imminent danger. However, they weren't far from the crack at this time. They controlled the black-armored war envoy to charge into the crevice, then quickly rushed down the crevice. Trying to use the heavenly abode light to stop me? That's a good idea, but don't even think about it. Yi Immortal said coldly. Without any hesitation, he followed Lu Ming and the others into the crack. Not long after Lu Ming and the others charged into the crack, Lu Ming and the others could no longer maintain the array and were forced to scatter. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming sent Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others into the Chaos Ring, leaving only him and Guimo outside. Wearing the armor left by Dandan, they frantically charged forward. A gush of heavenly abode divine light rushed over. Lu Ming and Bone Demon passed through it. Behind them, Yi Immortal did not stop. He continuously slashed out with his sword, creating dazzling sword lights that forcefully split apart the heavenly abode light and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the others. Yi Immortal was very determined to kill Lu Ming, and would not give up so easily. Even after several heavenly abode lights, Yi Immortal did not give up. This guy really doesn't want to live anymore, Guimo said unhappily. He was a little wary of Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's soul attack was very terrifying, and could be said to be Gumo's nemesis. Gumo's physical defense was completely useless. Let's charge towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light, Lu Ming said. The two of them descended with all their might, flying towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light. However, Yi Wuxiu's strength was truly formidable. Unless it was an extremely dense heavenly paradise godlight, Yi Wuxiu would be able to forcefully break through any ordinary dense heavenly paradise godlight. After chasing for a while, Yi Immortal still did not give up. However, with the interference of the heavenly abode light, it was not easy for him to catch up to Lu Ming and the others. Both parties maintained a certain distance. Suddenly, a beastly roar rang out, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Chapter 4883. The roar of a beast actually rang out from the depths of the meridian. It was truly frightening. They could not help but think of the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Was there another one below after the one that had flown out earlier? Not only did Lu Ming's expression change, but even Yi Immortal's expression changed. His body tensed up involuntarily. Another roar rang out. Following that, purplish-golden heavenly abode light surged towards Lu Ming's group. Within the dense heavenly abode light was a huge beast. The beast resembled a lion, but its entire body was purplish-golden. It seemed to be completely condensed from the heavenly abode light and gave off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming, Guimo, and Yi Immortal were all shocked. It really was a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Enter the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, he entered the Chaos Ring with Guimo. Only the Chaos Ring remained, floating in the air. Yi Immortal's eyes flickered. Now was the best time to take down Lu Ming. As long as he had the Chaos Ring in his hands, Lu Ming's group would be like turtles in a jar. However, the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was rapidly charging over. The distance between the two parties was getting closer. Yi Immortal did not take action in the end. He turned around and quickly retreated. The battle prowess of a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was just too terrifying. Even reciprocity experts would die if they came, let alone him. This was because these huge beasts were not living creatures. They were condensed from extremely dense heavenly abode light. There was no difference in their cultivation level, so they were not affected by the origin tribulation. Roar, roar. The huge beast constantly roared as the heavenly abode light constantly flashed. This made Yi Immortal even more shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. After flying for a while, he madly charged upwards. Strangely enough, the giant beast only continued to roar and did not continue to pursue the Yi Immortal. After roaring for a while, the Yi Immortal was nowhere to be seen. The giant beast turned around and flew towards the Great Desolation Ring. Nestle were in trouble. Could it be that this paradise mythical beast has its eyes on the Great Desolate Ring? Lu Ming had been paying attention to the situation outside the Great Desolate Ring. At this moment, he could not help but howl in grief. Heavenly Abode Beast was a name that Lu Ming had given himself. He had originally thought that the Grotto Heaven Beast would chase after the Yi Immortal if he hid in the Chaos Ring. He had not expected that the Grotto Heaven Beast would not chase after the Yi Immortal. Instead, it had stopped to pay attention to the Chaos Ring. What a blunder! The Paradise Mythical Beast circled the Great Desolate Ring and observed it for a while. Then, its enormous body began to shrink rapidly. Eventually, the beast form of the Paradise God Beast began to morph rapidly into a plant form. This plant was only half a meter tall. Its roots had taken root in the void and were slithering around the Great Desolate Ring. Above the head of this plant, there was a small plant that looked exactly the same as this one. It was flying back and forth, and it was completely composed of energy. What the Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. How was this a Paradise God Beast? It was clearly a stalk of source-level divine herb. Moreover, it was an extremely high-grade source-level divine herb. It was a source-level divine herb that could run around. It turned out that the Paradise God Beast from before was just an illusion of this source-level divine herb to frighten people. Very good, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. A source-level divine herb of this grade was priceless. He definitely could not miss it. He wondered if the Yi Immortal would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he knew about it. With a thought, Lu Ming immediately appeared outside the Great Desolate Ring. With a grab of his hand, a huge palm formed and grabbed at the source-level divine herb. However, the source-level divine herb was extremely fast. In a flash, it escaped from the range of Lu Ming's hand and flew towards the depths of the Qi channel as if it had been frightened. It was not easy to come across a stalk of high-level source-level divine medicine. How could Lu Ming miss it so easily? After putting away the ancient Desolation Ring, Lu Ming quickly chased after the UNG divine medicine. However, this source-level divine herb had obviously been nurtured in the depths of the Qi channel. It was very familiar with the terrain and was not afraid of the Paradise God Light. It continued to rush towards the area where the Paradise God Light was denser in an attempt to shake off Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the armor refined by Dandan and was also not afraid of the Paradise God Light. He continued to chase after the source-level divine herb. The two of them quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Qi channel. They were almost at the bottom of the core mountain. At this time, Lu Ming released Dandan, Bubbles, and the Bone Demon. He realized that it was very difficult for him to catch up to the source-level divine herb alone. He could only rely on Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to help. Space-time force. Bubbles made a move and used space-time force. The space-time in the area was affected and the source-level divine herb's speed immediately decreased. Seal. Dandan also quickly made a move and shot out a dense array of runes. Seeing such a high-grade source-level divine herb, Dandan was more active than anyone else and used all his strength. Runes appeared in the surrounding void and intertwined to form a sealing array that was about to seal the source-level divine herb. At the same time, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon also made a move. Energy surged and formed a barrier that was about to completely seal the source-level divine herb. The source-level divine herb shone with a dazzling light as it tried to break free. However, it was futile against the combined efforts of Lu Ming's group of 4. In the end, this stock of source-level divine medicine was sealed by Dandan with an array formation. Lu Ming grabbed it and held it in his hand. The soul-grade divine medicine was like a sentient being. It kept twisting its needles, and the roots at its roots kept twisting. What a rich life essence! What a rich origin imprint! Lu Ming sized it up carefully and discovered that this stock of source-level divine medicine was no small matter. Lu Ming had also obtained source-level divine herbs in the past. In particular, he had obtained more than one source-level divine herb in the outskirts of the Qi channel. However, those source-level divine herbs paled in comparison to this one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A fortuitous encounter. It really is a fortuitous encounter. Not only is this origin-level god pill extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but it's also extremely beneficial to peak god masters. It can greatly increase the speed and chances of breaking through to reciprocity. Bone Demon stared at the source-level divine herb as the soul fire in his eye sockets constantly pulsed. Dandan's eyes shone as he stared at the source-level divine herb. He almost drooled. Ordinary source-level divine herbs were extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but they were useless to peak godmasters. This was because peak godmasters found it difficult to absorb the medicinal effects and origin imprints of source-level divine herbs. However, the best source-level divine herbs were different from ordinary source-level divine herbs. This sort of top-class source-level medicine was extremely easy to absorb and refine. Even a peak god lord would be able to refine it. Chapter 4884. The value of a top-grade source-level divine herb was immeasurable. It could greatly increase one's chances of breaking through to the origin source realm. It was extremely tempting to divine masters. No wonder Dandan had such an expression. Lu Ming was certain that the primordial light race had many such source-level divine herbs. He had seen more than one at the primordial sacred mountain. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the source-level divine herb in the chaos ring. Then he had Dandan undo the seal. He let it roam freely in the chaos ring. It was best to let such a top-grade source-level divine herb roam freely. After all, it couldn't run away from the chaos ring. There doesn't seem to be any danger in the channel of Qi. Why don't we take all the treasures here first and let them fight for the treasures above? Dandan said. That's what I was thinking. Lu Ming nodded. Then he released Xian Yanqing, Xiaoyu, and the others. They put on Dandan's armor and began to search the area. Soon they made a major discovery. Divine herbs, a large number of divine herbs. The environment in the deepest part of the channel of Qi was truly unique. There were large patches of divine herbs. Most of them were primary-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming and the others found at least a few hundred of them. Most of their medicinal power was much stronger than the primary-grade divine herbs outside. The energy contained in a few hundred primary-grade divine herbs was extremely shocking. Moreover, there were a few source-level divine herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find any top-grade source-level divine herbs. A vein of primordial crystals. Ah, we're rich. We're rich. Dandan suddenly laughed. They continued to dig in an area where there were main-grade divine medicines. Finally, they saw a vein of primeval crystals. It looked similar to the vein they had found last time. Countless primordial crystals were embedded in a transparent rock. Lu Ming and the others began their arduous struggle. They peeled away the surrounding rocks, revealing a large vein of primordial crystals. A vein of primordial crystals as large as a mountain range appeared before them. Their eyes widened, and then they revealed looks of excitement. How many prehistoric crystals are there? Dandan was dumbfounded, his eyes shining. At the very least, there must be tens of billions of desolate crystals. Tang Jun also exclaimed in shock. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still shocked to see so many desolation crystals at once. Lu Ming, the energy you need is finally enough. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and whispered, "Not bad, it's finally enough." Lu Ming nodded. He then activated the Ancient Desolation Ring and put the entire Ancient Desolation crystal mineral vein into it. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Are you going to stay here and refine the desolation crystals to make a breakthrough, or are you going to fight for the treasures? Dandan asked Lu Ming. If they broke through their cultivation first, their battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. The desolation crystals here were enough for Lu Ming to make a breakthrough. The remaining desolation crystals would be enough for the others to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 8th tier of the Divine Master Realm, but his battle prowess was already so strong. Once he broke through to the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, his battle prowess would undoubtedly be even more shocking. It would even be possible for him to rival the Yi Immortal. However, there was a problem. If Lu Ming wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to refine at least 5 billion desolation crystals or even more. Even with Dandan's great heavenly refining origin formation, it would still take a long time to refine such a terrifying amount of desolation crystals. It would take at least a year. In such a long time, the treasures above would have already been snatched up by the Yi Immortal or the Primordial Light Race. However, they were not strong enough to compete with the Yi Immortal or the Primordial Light Race if they really encountered precious treasures. Lu Ming was also a little hesitant. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, "We should be directly above the core peak of the meridian. Let's go up along this path and see what's going on. If it doesn't work, we'll find a place to refine the desolation crystals and make a breakthrough." This was a compromise. They would go up first and see if they could succeed. If they could, they would decisively seize the treasures. If not, they would retreat. "All right, let's do that." The others nodded. Then the group flew up. There were no cracks above them. They planned to break through the rocks and enter the peak. Soon they encountered rocks. They took out their divine weapons and started to dig. However, they soon stopped because they encountered an obstacle. There was a black metal in the rocks. This black metal was very hard. Even if Lu Ming and the others tried their best to break it open, it would take a long time. "Is this black star iron?" Dandan muttered. "Yes, this is black star iron. It's a material that can be used to refine master-grade divine weapons. I didn't expect there to be so much here." Tang Jun nodded. They had just dug dozens of miles and found that it was all black star iron. The amount of black star iron here was shockingly large. However, they were pressed for time and didn't have that much time to dig. "Qiu, we're counting on you," Lu Ming said to Qiu. "No problem. Watch me." Qiu revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. With a crunch, a large piece of black star iron was bitten off. Crunch, crunch, chunks of black star iron were bitten off. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away. Since it was bitten off, it would be a waste not to take it. Qiu didn't like to eat metals of this level because they weren't very effective. He wanted to eat metals that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Soon, Qiu dug a huge tunnel that extended all the way up. In less than half an hour, the black star iron was dug through. Nestle, dark divine gold. "There's so much dark divine gold here." Suddenly, Qiu shouted excitedly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark divine gold was a top-grade metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Could there be one here? They quickly passed through the tunnel and saw a strange metal. This metal was too dark. It was darker than darkness. There was no light at all. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His finger was like a spear gleam, piercing the black metal. However, it only left a shallow dent on the black metal. It's really dark divine gold. Chiu, dig it all out. Lu Ming said excitedly. A metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons was definitely precious. Since they had encountered it, they couldn't miss it. Leave it to me, Chiu shouted excitedly. He opened his mouth and began to dig. He started to dig along the edge of the dark divine gold. The edge of the dark divine gold was black star iron. It would be much faster to dig like this. As Chiu dug, they found that there was an astonishing amount of dark divine gold here. It took them a few hours to dig out all the dark divine gold in this area. There were at least a few 100 million caddies. Refining in source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 caddies of dark divine gold. There was at least enough to refine 1,000 source-grade divine weapons. Chapter 4885. Refining a source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold. The main reason was that the divine darkness gold was too heavy. A fist-sized lump weighed 50 to 60,000 kilograms. A few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold was actually not that big. Lu Ming put away the dark divine gold. When he returned to the Heaven Exterminating Army's camp, he could hand it over to the blacksmithing masters of the Heaven Exterminating Army to refine. Of course, the Heaven Exterminating Army would compensate them accordingly. Unfortunately, there was no time. Under such a large meridian, it seemed that there was not only a large number of chaos gems and divine herbs, but also a large number of precious metals. Unfortunately, digging for metals was too time-consuming. Even with Chiu, they did not have that much time. After digging out the divine darkness gold, it was the rock behind. Lu Ming and the others worked together. After a few hours, they dug through the rock and entered a stone chamber. This is not the top of the mountain, but inside the mountain. It seems that this is an underground secret chamber. Gu Mo observed for a while and speculated. There's a door. Let's go. Lu Ming said. At the side of the secret chamber, there was a stone door. It opened with a gentle push. Behind the stone door was a secret passage. After passing through the secret passage, they soon arrived at another secret chamber. This secret chamber was very big. It was like a great hall, and there were several stone doors around it. They casually opened a stone door and walked in. They found that it was also a stone chamber. This seems to be a refining room, Dandan said. He was proficient in rune formations and was quite experienced in refining. He could tell from the traces at the scene. There were some stone platforms at the scene. It did look like a refining room, but unfortunately, there was nothing left behind. Then, they left the stone chamber and opened another stone door. Behind the stone door was another stone chamber. However, this stone chamber looked like a bedroom. There was a stone bed, a stone bench, and a stone table. On the stone bench, there were a few stone cups and a stone pot. It should be used to pour tea and wine. It smells so good. There seems to be wine in this stone pot. Dandan's nose twitched. There is indeed wine. What a rich essence. This wine is amazing. Lu Ming walked towards the stone table. They had long since sensed that rich energy was constantly gushing out of the stone pot, containing a terrifying amount of life essence. When the lid was opened, everyone was stunned. There was indeed wine in the stone pot. However, it wasn't much. No, it wasn't that there wasn't much, it was very little. To be exact, there was only one drop. A single drop of wine actually emitted such rich energy and life essence. This was somewhat inconceivable. What was even more inconceivable was that this drop of wine should have been left behind from the previous era. After so many years, this wine had actually been preserved without evaporating or corroding. This was somewhat unimaginable. I feel that this drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. It's countless times denser than the sky jade ginseng's energy. Xian Yanqing said. That's right. This wine should be concocted from some peerless divine medicine. The existence of the previous era is truly extravagant. Dandan said as he licked his lips, as if he couldn't wait to swallow this drop of wine. This drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. A normal person wouldn't be able to endure it and would explode, Bone Devil coldly said. His words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over Danden's head. Can we only watch? Danden said unhappily. Lu Ming might be the only one who can give it a try. Lu Ming, do you want to give it a try? I feel that if you can refine this drop of wine, your cultivation will probably quickly break through to the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Bone Devil said. Lu Ming also appeared tempted. Just by sensing it, he could sense that this drop of wine contained a terrifying amount of energy. When he closed his eyes, it was like there was a great desolate era crystal mountain before him. If he could really refine this drop of wine, he might really be able to break through. I'll try first. In the end, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Of course, Lu Ming would not directly swallow this drop of wine. Instead, he used his forbidden energy to strip off a sliver of the wine, about 1% of the drop. After all, this was a drop of wine left behind from the previous era. Who knew if it was poisonous? Or something else, so it was best to be careful. Lu Ming swallowed this 1% of the drop of wine. Lu Ming swallowed it. Boom. The moment this sliver of wine entered Lu Ming's body, it was like a star had exploded, turning into surging energy that spread through Lu Ming's body. What astonishing energy! Lu Ming was stunned. He frantically circulated his forbidden energy to absorb and refine this energy. To Lu Ming's delight, this drop of wine did not contain any poison or other harmful elements. It was pure energy that was extremely pure and easy to absorb and refine. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Ming had refined all the energy. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had improved by a notch. What astonishing energy! It's at least the energy of 50 to 60 million desolate crystals, or even more. Refining this drop of wine might really be able to help me break through. After some thought, Lu Ming continued. This time, he stripped off 1/10 of the drop of wine and swallowed it. Extremely dense energy spread through his body, rapidly transforming into Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Soon, Lu Ming also absorbed and refined 1/10 of the drop of wine. Like before, he did not discover anything strange. Let's refine it together and break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm in one go. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth and sucked. All the wine in the stone pot flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. This drop of wine constantly exploded in Lu Ming's body, wildly attacking him. Lu Ming's body even began to swell. However, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. Ever since he comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his forbidden energy had undergone a qualitative change. It was incomparably strong and tenacious. The forbidden energy circulated, crazily absorbing and refining the wine drop's energy. Lu Ming's cultivation also crazily rose. Soon he reached the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Master realm and began to attack the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. A few hours later, boom. There seemed to be a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had broken through a certain hurdle. Lu Ming's aura soared and soared to another level. He had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Ling Yue, Danden, and the others were all overjoyed. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm, his fighting strength would definitely soar. How many opponents below Origin would there be? After another hour, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and ended his cultivation. I didn't expect that I would really break through, and so quickly, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was too fast. In less than half a day, he had broken through. Compared to refining the primal crystal, this was many times faster. Even with Danden's great heavenly refining origin formation, refining the primal crystal would take at least a year. However, refining this drop of wine would take less than half a day. The difference was too great. This drop of wine was simply a supreme treasure. Chapter 4886. What kind of wine is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Danden circled around Lu Ming, looking at him intently. Haven't you ever thought that the person who drank the wine is the most terrifying? Xian Yanqing said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The person who drank the wine, the owner of the wine, was the most terrifying. Just one drop was enough for Lu Ming to break through from the 8th level Divine Master Realm to the 9th level Divine Master Realm. This was equivalent to 5 or 6 billion desolate crystals. And the owner of the wine had obviously drunk the entire pot. How extravagant was that? What kind of cultivation did the owner of the wine have? It was definitely far beyond their imagination. "Come, let's go up," Lu Ming said with confidence in his eyes. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Ming was full of confidence. Now, even if he encountered the Yi Immortal, Lu Ming was confident that he could put up a fight. Even if he encountered a large group of the primordial light race, he would not be afraid. Given his current combat strength, he could compete for treasures with the other races. "We can't give up on this stone cup and stone pot. Put it away." Dandan hurriedly put away the stone cup and stone pot on the stone table. The stone cup and stone pot were definitely not simple to match with such a precious wine. After putting it away, they walked up a flight of stairs. As for the other secret rooms, Guimo and the others had already searched them while Lu Ming was refining the wine. They did not find anything special. The stairs slanted upwards. When they reached the end of the stairs, they arrived at a courtyard. They had already reached the top of the mountain. They were in a palace at the top of the mountain. "I remember that the top-grade source-grade divine armor is in that direction." Dandan pointed to the east. "Let's go." Lu Ming and the group dashed toward the east at lightning speed. The top-grade source-grade divine armor was too precious. It was their main target. Suddenly, a violent roar rang out. An extremely sharp force tore at Lu Ming and the others. It was a silver-eyed Een corpse. "It's a good opportunity to test my strength." Lu Ming soared into the sky. His figure was as fast as lightning as he thrust out his war god spear, colliding with the sharp claws of the silver-eyed Een corpse. When the war god spear collided with the silver-eyed Een corpse's claws, the claws were shattered into pieces. The war god's spear didn't stop as it pierced through the silver-eyed Een corpse's palm. The blue firestone flames enveloped the silver-eyed Een corpse's entire arm. The silver-eyed Een corpse roared and retreated. But Lu Ming was like a shadow, his war god's spear thrusting out like lightning. Although the silver-eyed Een corpse tried its best to resist, after 10 moves, Lu Ming had pierced several holes in his body. In the end, the war god's spear stirred up his body, causing it to explode. "Amazing!" Dandan was full of praise. Lu Ming also showed a satisfied expression. The silver-eyed Een corpse's combat strength was equivalent to the Guangxin royal envoy, but it was killed by Lu Ming in just 10 moves. Although the war god spear was infused with the blue firestone, which could suppress the silver-eyed Een corpse, Lu Ming didn't use his ultimate moves like the heaven-breaking form and the great desolation form. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than the silver-eyed Een corpse's. This gave them a boost of confidence. They continued to head east. When they were close to the east, boom, 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 boom. Colorful lights flashed and roars could be heard from time to time. "There is still a chaotic battle over there." Lu Ming and the others looked into the distance and found that a chaotic battle was taking place at the intersection of the second mountain peak and this mountain peak. The second mountain peak was also connected to the core mountain peak by a chain. At one end of the chain, Yi Wuxiu, the powerhouses of the primordial light race, and some silver-eyed Een corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle. It wasn't hard to guess that the joint attack array carriers at the second mountain peak had all been taken by various parties. Then, the various parties wanted to enter the core mountain peak through the chain, so a chaotic battle broke out at the entrance of the chain. "This is a good chance." Lu Ming and the others were delighted. They thought that the primordial light race, Yi Immortal, and the others had already reached the core mountain peak and taken away the silver-grade divine weapons and armors. They didn't expect that they would still be fighting at the entrance of the second mountain peak. This gave them a chance. How could they miss such an opportunity? Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed to the east. A corner of the palace there had been shattered, and a top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor had flown out. A few balls of light could still be seen in the shattered area. Inside each ball of light was a piece of armor. It was exactly the same as the top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor from before. At least, it looked the same. Lu Ming and the others were discovered by the primordial light race and Yi Immortal as they approached. Roar, roar, roar. 5 silver-eyed Een corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle with the people from the primordial light tribe. At this moment, they also discovered Lu Ming and the rest. All of them roared and abandoned the people from the primordial light tribe. Instead, they charged toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest were. The 5 silver-eyed Een corpses ran past the chain at an extremely fast speed. Once the silver-eyed Een corpses left, the primordial light race suddenly had one less opponent. They only had Yi Immortal left. 2 21-man joint attack arrays will continue to deal with Yi Immortal. The rest of you follow us. Yuan Baji shouted. He led 2 Guangxin royal envoys and several joint attack arrays along the chain and rushed toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Yuan Baji did the same. He led his experts and followed closely behind Yuan Baji. Yi Immortal's eyes were cold. He attacked with all his might, wanting to rush toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Unfortunately, he was attacked by 2 21-man joint attack arrays. The 2 21-man joint attack arrays turned into a saber and a sword. Their attack power was astonishing. Yi Immortal could only protect himself. It was extremely difficult for him to rush over. Let's speed up. Lu Ming shouted. They increased their speed to the maximum and rushed into the shattered palace before the silver-eyed Een corpses and the primordial light race arrived. So many! Once they rushed into the shattered hall, Lu Ming and the group's hearts trembled and their eyes widened involuntarily. There were 11 balls of light. There were actually 11 balls of light. Each ball of light contained a piece of armor. All of them were exactly the same as the top-notch soul-grade divine weapon that had flown out earlier. Their heartbeats involuntarily quickened. Could it be that these 11 armors were all top-notch soul-grade divine armors? If that was true, they would really be rich. Lu Ming and the others did not have time to rejoice. They rushed forward and each of them targeted a ball of light and started to attack. Lu Ming grabbed one of the balls of light. The defensive power of this cluster of light was much stronger than that of the cluster of light that enveloped the carrier of the combined attack array. Lu Ming actually did not manage to break it. Even Lu Ming could not break it, let alone the others. Naturally, they could not break it. Break it, Dandan shouted. He had already transformed into his original form. His shell glowed as he used the array to break the ball of light. Chapter 4887. Xian Yanqing and the others also used various methods to break the light balls. Swoosh, 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 Lu Ming began to use the heaven-breaking style. His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After using the heaven-breaking style, Lu Ming's power was too strong. The light balls finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. The armor inside the light balls was also caught by Lu Ming. After injecting the forbidden power into the armor and scanning it with his spiritual sense, Lu Ming already knew the level of the armor. His eyes were extremely bright. It was really a top-notch source-level armor. According to the level, it was on the same level as the life-spirit divine weapon of the heavenly court, like the war god spear. I'm rich, I'm really rich. The value of a defensive armor of the same level was many times higher than that of an offensive weapon like the war god spear. Back then, among the 18 life-spirit divine weapons of the heavenly court, there wasn't a single defensive divine weapon. It could be seen that defensive divine weapons of this level were too precious and too rare. In fact, before the creatures of the Forbidden Lands appeared, all the major forces in the universe added together didn't have many defensive divine weapons of this level. However, this was the Purple Heaven Cave. In the previous era of the Eldritch continent, only the top forces could occupy it. It was normal for a powerful force that claimed to have immortals to be in charge of it to have many armors of this level. There were probably many treasures more precious than this. However, there was no time to refine it now. With a thought, he put the armor into the Eldritch Ring. Then, Lu Ming pounced on the second light ball. Originally, there were 11 light balls here. Lu Ming and the other 10 people divided 10 light balls. There was still one left. Lu Ming's current target was the remaining light ball. Swoosh, 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 Lu Ming continued to use the heaven-breaking style. His fingers were like spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After a while, this light ball was also broken by Lu Ming. The armor inside fell into Lu Ming's hands. Upon sensing it, Lu Ming knew that this was also a top-notch source-grade armor. It seemed that the armors in the balls of light were all top-notch source-grade divine armors. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses continued to roar as they closed in on Lu Ming's group. Their sharp claws continued to swipe out, and a terrifying force tore at Lu Ming's group. Boom! Lu Ming used the Great Desolation style and slapped out with his palm. A large piece of land formed in front of the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses. The claws of the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses tore at the continent, creating large cracks. Finally, the continent exploded with a bang. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had not used his full strength. He did not want to use his full strength for the time being. If he used his full strength now, how could he trick the people of the Primordial Light Clan? Once Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others saw Lu Ming using his full strength, would they still dare to charge over? How could they be as energetic as they were now? Lu Ming blocked in front of Xian Yanqing and the others. The divine battle spear kept thrusting out, and spear light pierced towards the silver-eyed Yin corpses. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his left hand and shot out rays of blue firestones. Lu Ming had attached a forbidden energy to the blue firestones. When the blue firestones got close to the silver-eyed Yin corpses, the forbidden energy on them exploded, and the blue firestones were blasted into powder. The blue firestone powder enveloped the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses. At this moment, the bone demon finally broke through the ball of light and put away the armor inside. After putting away the armor, the bone demon did not stop and charged towards the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses. In the process, he also threw out a large amount of blue firestones. Of course, it was impossible to completely block the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses with just the blue firestones. After all, the silver-eyed Yin corpses had a strong resistance to the blue firestones. The black smoke on the silver-eyed Yin corpses surged like flames and rushed past the blue firestones. However, they were met with the terrifying attacks of Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's weapons were attached with blue firestones, which had a restraining effect on the silver-eyed Yin corpses. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon blocked the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses. Lu Ming still did not use his full strength, and looked like he was going all out to block the 2 silver-eyed Yin corpses. The Bone Demon relied on his strong defense and blue firestones to block the 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lu Ming's battle strength was equivalent to a Guanxin imperial envoy, at most a little stronger. Behind them, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji rushed over with their men. Attack from the other side. Kill them and take the armor. Yuan Baji shouted coldly. He planned to bypass the battlefield where Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and the silver-eyed Yin corpses were fighting and directly attack Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others. They would kill Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others first and take the armor. This move was ruthless. However, Lu Ming had expected it. He did not move and waited for the people of the Yuan Guang clan to come closer before he suddenly attacked. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The war god's spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear light, stabbing at the silver-eyed Yin corpses. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. The spear light broke through the silver-eyed Yin corpses' defenses and pierced holes in their bodies. The terrifying destructive power was like countless tiny spear lights that exploded in the silver-eyed Yin corpses' bodies, almost tearing them apart. After the silver-eyed Yin corpses were repelled, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent was formed and pressed down on the people of the Yuan Guang clan from above. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura was violent. The people of the Yuan Guang clan were shocked and their hearts trembled. The power was too terrifying. Why is it so terrifying? Attack with your full strength. Block this attack. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji roared and attacked with their full strength. The 3 Guangxin royal envoys under their command also attacked with all their might, attacking the void. There were others who hurriedly set up arrays to block the attack. Boom! The continent pressed down and collided with the attacks of the Yuan Guang clan. There was an earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of collision, the people of the Yuan Guang clan were shocked. Many of them spat out blood. Lu Ming roared and used the sky-breaking form. He stabbed out with his spear at one of the Guangqin imperial envoys. This was Lu Ming's full-strength attack. The Yuan Guang clan member had just blocked Lu Ming's attack and had not recovered yet. The main reason was that he had been careless. He did not expect Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying that it could put so many of them under such great pressure. It would be strange if he could recover after blocking Lu Ming's desolation form in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming's sky-breaking form in such a state? The head of the Guangqin imperial envoys was pierced by the spear light and exploded. His soul was also destroyed in an instant. Chapter 4888. A Guangqin royal envoy was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Not far away, Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji and the other members of the primordial light race were all scared out of their wits. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. They were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The combat strength that Lu Ming displayed just now was too strong. It had far surpassed the combat strength of the Guangqin royal envoy. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xian Yanqing and the others. Because the silver-eyed Yin corpses were about to attack Xian Yanqing and the others, Bone Demon alone couldn't stop them. Lu Ming waved the War God Spear and blocked the silver-eyed Yin corpses. At this moment, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and Qiuqiu had also destroyed the light balls and put away the armor inside. At the same time, the three of them also attacked and threw out a large number of blue firestones. The combat strength of the three of them was about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to the silver-eyed Yin corpses. However, they could still cause a lot of disturbance to the silver-eyed Yin corpses with their blue firestones. Retreat, let's retreat first. Not far away, Yuan Jiuji and the others wanted to retreat. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They planned to avoid him and let the 21-people joint attack formation deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't want to let Yuan Jiuji and the others go so easily. He definitely couldn't reconcile with the primordial light race. They were mortal enemies. Now that there was a chance to get rid of them, how could he give it up so easily? Whoosh, 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 Lu Ming waved the War God Spear and stabbed out 5 times in a row. These 5 stabs weren't aimed at the primordial light race or the silver-eyed Yin corpses, but at Dandan, Bubble and the others. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the 5 light balls they were in. The 5 balls of light had originally been continuously attacked by Dandan, Bubbles, Lingyue, and the others. They had already consumed a lot of energy and were not far from breaking through. Lu Ming's attack power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's help, the 5 spear lights pierced the light balls, and the 5 light balls immediately shattered. Lingyue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all put away the battle armor in the ball of light. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. All of you, enter the Great Desolate Ring. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming activated the suction force of the Chaos Ring and sucked Dandan, Bubbles and the others into the Chaos Ring. Outside, only Lu Ming remained. Even the Bone Demon had been sent into the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming was alone, so it was easier for him to take action. He planned to go all out. With a flash, he dodged the attack of the silver-eyed Yin corpse. Lu Ming was like a stream of light as he charged towards Yuan Baji and the others. The current Lu Ming was too fast. In a few moments, he had caught up to Yuan Baji and the others. Join hands and block him. Yuan Baji roared. Under Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji, there were 6 9-man joint attack formations. They set up the formation together and launched a terrifying attack towards Lu Ming. As for the 2 Guangqin royal envoys, they brought Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on with the other party's joint attack formation. The combined attack of 6 9-man joint attack formations was extremely terrifying. It was at least equivalent to the combined attack of 10 or 20 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Even Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on. Although he wasn't afraid, it would consume a lot of energy. He directly used his movement technique to avoid the joint attack formation's attack. Then, he used the sky-breaking style to attack one of the formations. How could a 9-man joint attack formation be a match for Lu Ming? It was destroyed by the spear light, and 5 of the 9 people who set up the formation were killed in an instant. The remaining 4 also vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to attack Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. Oh no, he's going to kill the young master and the others. Stop him. The remaining 5 9-man joint attack formations were shocked and chased after Lu Ming with all their strength. Quick, come and help us. Don't worry about the Yi Immortal, Yuan Jiuji roared in horror. He was shouting at the 2 21-man joint attack formations, asking them to come and help. On the opposite mountain, the 2 21-man joint attack formations also noticed that Yuan Baji and the others were in a bad situation. They abandoned the Yi Immortal and rushed to the mountain. Yi Immortal's eyes flashed, but he didn't chase or stop them. To be honest, he was also shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Not long ago, he had fought with Lu Ming and could completely crush Lu Ming. Even the joint attack formation that Lu Ming and the others had set up was no match for him. They were chased into the crack. Could they have obtained an opportunity under the crack? Could they have obtained all the desolate gems under the meridians? But it's useless even if they obtained so many desolate gems. They can't refine them and break through so quickly. Yi Immortal couldn't figure it out. No matter how heaven-defying a forbidden body was, it couldn't refine a large number of desolate gems and break through in such a short time. Could it be that they had obtained other opportunities? Yi Wuxian's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. There were many questions that he couldn't figure out. Didn't they encounter a giant beast formed by the heavenly light under the crack? Lu Ming and the others hadn't died. Not only had they not died, but Lu Ming's cultivation had also skyrocketed. Yi Immortal couldn't figure it out. However, he could use the power of the primordial light tribe to fight Lu Ming. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses and he could reap the benefits. The 2 21-man joint attack formations were fast, but Lu Ming was even faster. The battle god's spear pressed down like a huge mountain towards Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others. The 5 9-man joint attack formations couldn't save them in time. Block it. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji had no choice but to take it head-on. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji roared at the top of their lungs and used all their strength to launch their strongest attack. The 2 Guangqian royal ambassadors did the same. Their bodies almost turned into rays of light. Boom, boom. After 4 explosions, the 4 figures of the primordial light tribe retreated. The 2 Guangqian royal ambassadors spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and the rays of light on their bodies dimmed. Surprisingly, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji didn't die. They each had a piece of armor covering their bodies. This was definitely a top source level divine weapon armor. It wasn't any weaker than the armor Lu Ming and the others had just obtained. Moreover, there was a layer of runes inside their source level divine weapon armor. Lu Ming's attack was blocked by 2 powerful layers of defense. Otherwise, given their combat abilities, they would most likely die if they collided head-on with Lu Ming. These forbidden creatures are really rich. Their bodies are full of treasures, Lu Ming murmured in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a ray of dazzling spear light that stabbed towards one of the Guangqian royal ambassadors. Yuanyu. Yes, Lu Ming was aiming at Yuanyu. This guy had chased after him and destroyed 6 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wouldn't forget this. Oh no, Yuan Yu's face turned pale. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 4889. Yuan Yu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yuan Yu roared as he ignited all the energy in his body to unleash his strongest attack in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. As long as he could block this attack, the other 5 9-man formations would arrive. In addition, 2 21 people combined attack formations would arrive soon. As long as the 21-man formations arrived, he would be saved. He struck the most powerful blow of his life and collided with the spear gleam that Lu Ming had transformed into. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion as Lu Ming's spear light shattered Yuan Yu's attack like a hot knife through butter. The spear light pierced through Yuan Yu's forehead. Yuan Yu's head exploded, and her soul was also annihilated. Another Guangqian royal envoy had fallen. Yuan Yu had already been injured and Lu Ming's attack was his strongest attack. It was normal for Yuan Yu to not be able to block it. However, because Lu Ming was focused on dealing with Yuan Yu, the 5 9-man formations of the Yuan Guang clan had already arrived. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. At least 100 layers of defense appeared behind him. They were all defensive archaic secret skills. Although it was impossible for these archaic secret skills to block the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations, they could still offset some of the power. Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive attacks penetrated Lu Ming's defense and landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was thrown forward. He felt the blood in his body churning and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that I didn't have time to refine that armor, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His defense was still not strong. Although the taboo power had undergone a qualitative change and his overall defense had improved greatly, he was still injured after being hit by the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations. If he wore a top-notch soul-grade armor, he would definitely not be injured. Of course, this sort of injury was nothing to Lu Ming. Every cell in his body was filled with a steady flow of energy. Lu Ming's injuries quickly healed. Kill! Lu Ming roared and swung his war god's spear backward, striking the 2 sabers. These 2 sabers were formed by 2 9-man formations. With 2 dang-dang sounds, the 2 battle blades flew out. The radiance dimmed, almost collapsing. The people who set up the formation inside coughed out blood at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror. Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply too strong. Just now, Lu Ming's attack had not been his full strength. If he had, they might not have been able to maintain the joint attack formation. Desolate style. After sweeping away the 2 9-man formations, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed and pressed down on Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the last Guangqian emissary. The 5 9-man joint attack formations wanted to block the great desolate continent. However, the 5 silver-eyed corpses had already charged over, leaving the 5 9-man joint attack formations with no time to deal with them. Although the silver-eyed corpses had some intelligence, in their eyes, Lu Ming and the Yuanguang race were both invaders and they had to attack them. Oh no! Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji turned pale. Although they were wearing top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor and had life-saving talisman inscriptions carved into their bodies by the elites of the primordial light tribe, they were not invincible. Even if they were attacked continuously, the power could still penetrate their defenses and injure them or even kill them. Lu Ming's battle prowess was enough to pose a threat to their lives. However, it was at this moment that 2 21-people combined attack formations finally arrived. Boom! Boom! A saber and a sword slashed the continent and shattered it. Then, the saber and sword continued to slash at Lu Ming. Buzz! The taboo power in Lu Ming's body surged wildly into the god of war spear. He then stabbed the spear twice consecutively, clashing with the Dao and sword combined attack arrays. Then, Lu Ming's figure quickly retreated. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The 21-man formations were extremely powerful. Each of them was as powerful as Lu Ming's battle prowess. Even Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage if 2 of them attacked together. Kill him for me. Tear him into pieces. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji roared. The 2 21-man formations attacked Lu Ming again. Fight! Lu Ming roared. His battle-intent soared and his blood boiled. His long spear was like a dragon as it clashed with the 2 formations. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering roar erupted from the mountain as a violent force swept in all directions. The 2 sides exchanged 5 or 6 moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's figure kept retreating. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage when fighting against 2 21-people combined attack arrays. However, it was still possible to resist the other party. Lu Ming wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. But at this moment, the two formations suddenly retreated rapidly and came to the side of Yuan Baji and Yuan Joji. "Why are you retreating? Kill that bastard for me in one go," Yuan Joji roared. "Ninth young lord, our strength is seriously exhausted. It's impossible to kill the other party before our strength is exhausted. It's better to leave." Inside the formation, a burly man transmitted his voice to Yuan Joji and Yuan Baji. This made Yuan Baji and Yuan Joji's expressions change. They also came to their senses. The two 21-man formations had already consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with the Yi Immortal. After exchanging 5 or 6 moves with Lu Ming, their energy consumption was even greater. If they continued to fight, their strength would really be exhausted. Once the 21-man formations were gone, they would be in great danger with Lu Ming in front and Yi Immortal behind them. They might even die here. "Go!" Yuan Joji roared and chased to the other side of the mountain with Yuan Baji and the others. The saber and sword covered Yuan Joji and Yuan Baji and quickly retreated. The remaining 5 9-man formations also shook off the silver-eyed Eam corpse and retreated together. It seems that their strength is about to be exhausted. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he guessed the truth. However, he didn't chase after them. Firstly, the two 21-man formations were extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat the other party. Secondly, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. If he continued to attack, it would be even more exhausting. After all, there was still the Yi Immortal on the other mountain. Chasing after them would only benefit the Yi Immortal. Lu Ming took out 2 stalks of divine medicine and swallowed them in one gulp. He quickly refined them. The energy that he had depleted was also recovering rapidly. Soon, the people of the primordial light race rushed down from the other side of the mountain. After the primordial light race retreated, the 5 silver-eyed Eam corpses lost their target and pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting with the 5 silver-eyed Eam corpses. He strode forward and headed for the mountain where the Yi Immortal was. Chapter 4890. Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times before he landed on the metal chain. He stepped on the metal chain and charged toward Yi Immortal. "Yi Immortal, let's fight again," Lu Ming roared. His fighting spirit was like a dragon. He wanted to see who was stronger between him and Yi Wuxiu with his current battle strength. Yi Immortal narrowed his eyes slightly. He circulated his energy to the maximum. The top-grade source-level divine weapon armor on his body glowed like a layer of dancing flames. When he was a 9th-level divine master, he had been at a disadvantage when he fought with Lu Ming, who was an 8th-level divine master. Now that they had all broken through, he was determined to suppress Lu Ming this time. After all, he had broken through to the peak of the divine master realm from the 9th-level divine master realm. Compared to Lu Ming, who had broken through from the 8th-level divine master realm to the 9th-level divine master realm, he had improved much more. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was extremely fast. He was about to pass through the metal chain in an instant. At this moment, Yi Immortal made his move. He slashed out a shocking sword light that went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. "You don't dare to fight me fair and square?" Lu Ming sneered. Yi Immortal wanted to trap him on the metal chain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to face Yi Immortal in front and the 5 silver-eyed Eam corpses behind him. This was because the 5 silver-eyed Eam corpses were also chasing after Lu Ming along the metal chain. Sky Splitter style. Lu Ming directly increased his combat power to the extreme and performed the heaven-splitting style. He became one with the spear and transformed into a spear gleam. He dashed forward and collided with the sword gleam that Yi Wuxiu slashed out. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear light and the sword light shook continuously. In the end, the sword light dissipated. However, Lu Ming was also stopped. Chaos, Sky Splitter. When Lu Ming's figure came to a halt, he immediately unleashed 2 ultimate moves, the Desolation style and the Sky-breaking style, almost instantaneously. Above the Yi Immortal's head, a huge continent formed and pressed down on the Yi Immortal. At the same time, Lu Ming transformed into a beam of spear light and rushed forward. He actually changed his moves so quickly. Yi Immortal's heart skipped a beat. Most people wouldn't change their moves so quickly when using such a move. Usually, after using such a move, they would need to take a breather. However, Lu Ming didn't slow down at all. He had just used the heaven-cleaving style, and then used 2 more ultimate moves. There was almost no gap between them. However, he did not know that this was a realm that Lu Ming could only reach after comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique. Comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique was very beneficial to Lu Ming. There were many benefits that Lu Ming hadn't discovered yet. He would have to wait to discover them later. In the face of Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, Yi Immortal roared and attacked with all his might. Terrifying energy exploded from his body. Several beams of sword light shot out. Some of them slashed towards the continent in the sky, while others slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom boom, a series of explosions rang out. The continent in the sky was blasted apart. However, Yi Immortal's strength was scattered. He couldn't block Lu Ming's sky-breaking style. The spear gleam that Lu Ming transformed into defeated Yi Wuxiu's sword aura. It dashed past the iron chain and landed on the mountain peak where Yi Wuxiu was. Buzz. Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He swept his war god spear towards Yi Immortal. Sword of the heavens, star explosion. Yi Immortal roared. He used his strongest Genesis technique to battle Lu Ming. The two exchanged another blow. This time, they were evenly matched. Both of them retreated. Then, their figures moved and charged towards each other, each using their ultimate moves. Lu Ming used the Primal Desolation style and the Sky-Breaking style consecutively. However, Yi Immortal was very powerful. He also used his Genesis techniques consecutively. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle against Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Last time, when Lu Ming was an 8th level Divine Master, he had suppressed Yi Wuxiu, who was a 9th level Divine Master, and barely gained the upper hand. But this time, although he had broken through to the 9th layer Divine Master, Yi Immortal had broken through to the peak Divine Master level. The extent of his improvement was greater than Lu Ming's. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't suppress Yi Immortal this time even if he used his full strength. After a few exchanges, the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses also charged over. They roared and attacked Lu Ming and Yi Immortal at the same time. This exchange turned into a chaotic battle. In a secret place in the distance, a group of people was secretly watching. These people were the Quasi-Saint tribe led by Tsang Qiong. At this moment, Tsang Qiong and the others had extremely grave and ugly expressions. Lu Ming and Yi Immortal's battle prowess has reached such a level. It's unbelievable. Indeed, to be able to erupt with such battle prowess at the Divine Master level, their battle prowess is comparable to the Origin level, right? It's still reasonable for Yi Immortal to reach such a level of battle prowess. After all, he's a reincarnated person and is known as the strongest person in the heavenly human tribe. But it's unbelievable that Lu Ming has reached such a level. The most unbelievable thing is that Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 9th layer Divine Master level. Once he reaches the peak of the Divine Master level, I wonder how powerful he will be? Beside Tsang Qiong, a few experts who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were discussing this, their voices trembling slightly. Although they had battle prowess comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they felt that they were far inferior to Lu Ming and Yi Immortal's battle prowess. They had a feeling that if they were to face off against Lu Ming and Yi Immortal alone, they would be killed instantly. This feeling was similar to facing the Origin level. Tsang Qiong didn't say a word, but his expression was ugly. He had always prided himself as a peerless genius. He thought that with his talent, he would be almost invincible in a battle of the same level in the universe. But now, he realized that he was far inferior to Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Although his current cultivation was only at the 9th layer Divine Master level, even if he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master level, his battle prowess would only be comparable to that of the Guangqian Royal Ambassador. He was definitely no match for Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. This was a huge blow to his confidence. The battle between Lu Ming, Yi Immortal, And the 5 silver-eyed Een corpses wasn't over yet. They had exchanged more than 20 blows in a row. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the 2 figures retreated rapidly. They were Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Lu Ming, today's battle is over. We'll fight another day. Yi Wuchang left behind a sentence. His figure was like lightning, and he actually retreated. Looks like Yi Immortal has exhausted a lot of his energy. But I'm in a similar state. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He guessed that Yi Immortal had retreated because he had exhausted a lot of his energy. After all, Yi Immortal had exchanged many blows with the Primordial Light Tribe. Yi Immortal knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Ming if the battle continued, so he might as well retreat. Actually, Lu Ming was in a similar state. He had exchanged blows with the Primordial Light Tribe, killed 2 Guangqian royal ambassadors, and blocked 221 people combined attack arrays. He had also exhausted a lot of his energy. Right now, he was almost out of energy. He had no intention of continuing the battle. It would be very dangerous to continue fighting in such a chaotic situation. Chapter 4891. Lu Ming, no matter how talented you are, all the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army are dead. What's the use of being alone? Yi Immortal's figure was about to disappear before Lu Ming's eyes when a voice rang out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, "Yi Immortal, what do you mean?" "You should know what I mean. Lu Ming, I'll kindly give you an address. The Heron Ancient Mine. Go and collect the corpses of Heaven Destroyer's men." Yi Immortal's voice rang out again. His figure had completely disappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The Heron Ancient Mine. Lu Ming muttered. His face was a little gloomy. Although he couldn't believe Yi Immortal's words completely, he couldn't not believe them. What happened to Heaven Destroyer's men? Also, where was the Heron Ancient Mine? It must be somewhere in the Purple Heaven Cave. But where was the specific address? There was no time to think because the 5 silver-eyed Een corpses were charging at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the 5 silver-eyed Een corpses. He rushed to the side of the mountain and quickly disappeared. The treasures at the top of the mountain had been plundered. The treasures in the depths of the meridian had also been taken away by Lu Ming and the others. There was no need to leave this meridian. After going down the mountain, the 5 silver-eyed Een corpses were still chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than 10 minutes, he finally shook off the 5 silver-eyed Een corpses. Then he found a hidden place and released Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others from the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming told everyone what Yi Immortal had said. Yi Immortal is definitely up to no good. The Heron Ancient Mine must be very dangerous. He wants to trick you into going there. Dandan immediately said. It may not be completely groundless. What if it's true? Tang Jun said. His face was solemn and his eyes were full of worry. In the Heaven Destroyer, there were many friends and relatives of Tang Jun naturally. She was worried. That's right. It's better to believe it than not. We must go and take a look. However, before we go, we must try our best to increase our strength. Also, where exactly is the Heron Ancient Mine? We have to find it first. Lu Ming said. Since the Yi Immortal had told Lu Ming the name of the Heron Mine, he naturally wasn't trying to guide Lu Ming out of kindness. That place was definitely very dangerous. At the very least, the Yi Immortal felt that it was very dangerous. Therefore, it was necessary to increase his strength. Of course, they had to find the location of the Heron Mine first. Everyone was dumbfounded. How would they know the location of the Heron Ancient Mine? Should he ask the Yi Immortal? Previously, we obtained many scrolls. I wonder if there is a map of the Purple Heaven Wonderland on them? Xian Yanqing said. The Purple Heaven Wonderland covered a huge area. Logically speaking, the people of the Purple Heaven Wonderland should have drawn a map. They had obtained many scrolls on the first mountain. Immediately, they took out those scrolls and opened them one by one. There really is a map. When Lu Ming flipped open the 9th fortune scroll, his eyes lit up. There was really a map in that scroll. When Lu Ming injected his forbidden power into the scroll lit up. In the void, a huge map appeared. The mountains and lakes on it were clearly visible. Every location was marked with words. Unfortunately, these words were from the last era. Lu Ming didn't recognize any of them. I found a map here too. I found it too. At this time, Dandan and Bubbles exclaimed. They also found a map respectively. After injecting their powers, the image that appeared was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. It was an identical map. It seems that many of these scrolls are maps. Dandan muttered. They thought of the scrolls that flew away on the first mountain. They guessed that the people of the other forces had also obtained a lot of them. But this map is marked with the words of the last era. We can't understand it at all. Can any of you understand it? Lu Ming said and glanced at everyone. Most of his attention was on Gu Mo, Xian Yinqing, and Tang Jun. Gu Mo had lived for a long time, while Tang Jun and Xian Yinqing were reincarnated. In their previous life, they were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng. Heaven Destroyer had people who specialized in studying the words of the last era. Would they understand something? I don't understand. Gu Mo shook his head directly. Then, Xian Yinqing and Tang Jun also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. You too were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor in your previous life. Have you not studied the words of the last era at all? Dandan muttered. When we died in our previous life, Heaven Destroyer hadn't been developed for a long time. Therefore, we didn't study the words of the last era. It's normal that we don't understand them. Tang Jun said. Everyone was stunned. They were speechless. How about this? Let's ask the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe has a long history. There should be people who understand the words of the last era. I can sense that the Quasi-Saint tribe is on that chi vein. Lu Ming said. When he fought with the Yi Immortal, he had already sensed that the Quasi-Saint tribe was hiding in the distance. Everyone nodded. This was the only way. You guys enter the Chaos Ring first and refine the top-notch armors. I'll go look for the Quasi-Saint tribe and the others. Lu Ming said. He let Xian Yinqing and the others enter the Chaos Ring to refine the top-notch armors. Lu Ming turned into a rainbow light and continued to head toward the Qi vein. In fact, whether it was the people of the primordial light race, the celestial race, or the Quasi-Saint tribe, none of them left the Qi vein. Instead, they were hiding somewhere in the Qi vein. This was because they didn't know that the treasures in the depths of the Qi vein, such as the Chaos Crystal vein, had been plundered by Lu Ming and the others. They were hiding in the dark, avoiding the silver-eyed Yin corpses while waiting for the Paradise Divine light in the depths of the Qi vein to dissipate. After Lu Ming arrived at the Qi vein, he sent a message to Tsang Qiong using the sound transmission Jade Talisman. Unexpectedly, he soon received a reply from Tsang Qiong, asking him to meet at a certain place. In a canyon, Lu Ming saw Tsang Qiong and some other Quasi-Saint tribe experts. Those Quasi-Saint tribe experts revealed a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. Brother Lu, your battle prowess is truly frightening and admirable at the same time. Tsang Qiong smiled and cupped his fists. He had an amiable appearance, hiding the jealousy and displeasure in his heart. Brother Tsang Qiong is too polite. I was just lucky. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled as if he had forgotten that Tsang Qiong had helped to exterminate the Lord of Heaven and drive them out of the ancient city. By the way, Brother Tsang Qiong, I'm looking for you this time because I need your help with something. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help. Tsang Qiong Path. Actually, it's not a big deal. I wonder if Brother Tsang Qiong can read the words of the previous era? Lu Ming asked. I know, I've dabbled in it. Tsang Qiong nodded. Chapter 4892. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard that Tsang Qiong knew the language of the previous era. He immediately took out the map and showed it to Tsang Qiong. Brother Lu, did you get the map of Purple Heaven Hollow too? Tsang Qiong asked calmly. Brother Tsang, did you get it too? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I was lucky enough to get two not long ago. Tsang Qiong nodded and translated the markings on the map into the language of the current era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Everything was based on benefits. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too shocking. Tsang Qiong did not dare to offend Lu Ming and even wanted to be on good terms with him. So the Heron Ancient Mine is here. After Tsang Qiong translated, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in a direction on the map. The Heron ancient mine was in the northeast of the map. They were now in the southeast of the map. There was still a long distance between them. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bade farewell to Tsang Qiong. He then quickly left the meridian and headed toward the Heron ancient mine according to the map. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that Guillemot was looking for him in the Chaos Ring. He waved his hand and released Guillemot from the Chaos Ring. Have you found the exact location of the Heron ancient mine? Guillemot. Yes, I'm on my way there. Lu Ming said. How about this? I'll bring you there. You can refine the top source level divine weapon armor in peace. Anyway, it's not very useful to me. Guillemot said. Guillemot's defense was extremely shocking. It was probably stronger than a top source level divine weapon armor. He did not need it at all. All right. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Chaos Ring. He took out the black source level divine weapon armor and started to refine it. It was not easy to refine a top source level divine weapon armor. It would take some time. As for the Bone Devil, he carried the great desolate ring and rapidly flew towards the Heron ancient mine. The Heron ancient mine was a huge mine. The underground had been hollowed out and extended in all directions. At this moment, there were many people guarding the entrance of the Heron ancient mine. These people were actually creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The Blue Sea race, the Baleful Een race, and the others actually had them. However, there weren't many of them. There were only about 100 people on each side. I wonder if the Heaven Destroyer and those demons died inside? Within the Baleful Een race, a few Baleful Een race members were chatting. This Heron ancient mine is already quite strange and full of danger. Moreover, there are extreme Een corpses. Even if they are not all dead, they are not far from it. Another Baleful Een member said. However, those absolute Een corpses haven't come out yet. It seems like the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons haven't died yet. We just have to wait a little longer. The Baleful Een being from before said. At this moment, in the Heron ancient mine, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons were facing a crisis. The terrain in the Heron ancient mine was very complicated. There were all kinds of mines and tunnels that extended in all directions. In a pit, the Heaven Destroyer and the demon gathered together. Around them was a layer of black light that enveloped them. This layer of black light was completely made up of dense demonic chi. Outside the light, there was a large number of extreme Een corpses. These extreme Een corpses surrounded the light and kept roaring. Some of them directly charged at the light and caused the light to shake. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, within the light, rays of blue light flew out and hit these extreme Een corpses. These rays of blue light were actually blue firestones. Within the light, Lion, Tang Jian, and the other higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer and the leaders of the demons looked outside with serious expressions. Most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were gathered here. If this continues, our blue rock won't be able to last for long. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock he was talking about was actually blue firestones. It's all because of those creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hide here. Lion said in a low voice. They couldn't help but think of their experiences during this period. After they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they spread the news that the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had gathered together. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding. Moreover, they also understood that their strength was the weakest among the various forces in the universe. If they didn't work together, they wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone compete with other forces for treasures. After they gathered together, their strength increased greatly. They were about to explore a chi channel when they were attacked by the extreme Een corpses. The extreme Een corpses used their powerful defense and vitality to catch the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons off guard and suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for Gu Changfeng breaking through the encirclement with his powerful combat strength, their losses would have been even greater. However, after breaking through the encirclement, they couldn't shake off the extreme Een corpses at all. The extreme Een corpses chased after them, and the more they chased, the more there were. In the end, there were thousands of extreme Een corpses. At that time, The people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were in despair and thought that they were going to be wiped out. However, there was always a way out. At the crucial moment, they encountered an abandoned mine. They realized that the extreme Een corpses were actually afraid of this mine. They used the mine as their base and blocked the attacks of the extreme Een corpses. In the end, they realized that the extreme Een corpses were afraid of a type of blue rock in this mine. Later, they started to collect the blue rock in the mine and made all kinds of weapons. After a long period of research, they even successfully attached the blue rock to their weapons. After all, there were many world divine turtles in the Heaven Destroyer who were proficient in formations. Although they weren't as good as the Dandan, they were very proficient in rune formations. Among the evil demons, there were also some who were proficient in rune formations. It wasn't difficult for the two sides to work together and research how to attach the blue rock to their weapons. In the end, they used the blue rock to kill a large number of extreme Een corpses and successfully broke out of the encirclement. With the blue rock, their confidence increased greatly. They were about to continue exploring when they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds, the Blue Sea race and the evil Een race. When the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds saw them, they immediately attacked. The blue rock was useless against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. In this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons also suffered great losses. In this battle, even Gu Changfeng was severely injured. At the crucial moment, the current leader of the purple-eyed evil demons, Zixian, ignored the danger and crazily merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. She actually successfully activated a trace of the demon ancestor blood crystal's power at the crucial moment and blocked the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Then they retreated as they fought and retreated into the Heron Ancient Mine. The terrain of the Heron Ancient Mine was complicated and there were all kinds of dangers inside. After the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds charged in, they also suffered great losses. Behind them, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds retreated. However, they used the blue rock to gather a large number of extreme Een corpses. They used the extreme Een corpses to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons while they themselves guarded the Heron Ancient Mine. The light shield formed by demonic chi was created by Zixian using the demon ancestor blood crystal. Chapter 4893. We're very lucky this time. You should know that the demon ancestor blood crystal is the ultimate treasure of our demon clan. It's extremely ancient. Since ancient times, almost no one has been able to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal and activate its power. It's a miracle that Zixian succeeded this time. Een Kong, the current leader of the Silver Wing clan, said, "The demon ancestor blood crystal was the most precious treasure of the demon clan. Naturally, countless demons wanted it for their own use. In fact, in the history of demons, like the previous era, there were many demons who wanted to take it for themselves and merge it with their own bodies. Because there was a rumor in the demon clan that whoever could merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal would obtain great fortune and evolve into a supreme demon ancestor. His talent and potential would skyrocket and he would have a chance to become an immortal in the future. But in history, no demon had succeeded. No matter how talented they were, they had never succeeded. Without exception, when they tried to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal, they were devoured by the demon ancestor blood crystal instead. Until later, no demons dared to try again. In this era, the demon ancestor blood crystal had been sealed by the human sovereign barrier. Naturally, no demons had the chance to try again. Later on, when Lu Ming took out the demon ancestor blood crystal, no demons tried because it would be a waste of their lives. This time, they were really forced into a corner. If they did not fight to the death, they would also die in the hands of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. But they did not expect Zixian to succeed and merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal. Her cultivation and strength skyrocketed. At the critical moment, she fought against several peerless masters of the Forbidden Lands alone. These peerless masters were not weaker than Gu Changfeng. It was also because of Zixian that they had the chance to retreat to the Heron Ancient Mine. "How's Zixian's condition?" Lion asked with a worried expression. "Not too good." The process of merging with the demon ancestor blood crystal did not seem to be very smooth. I hope she can pass this stage smoothly. Yin Kong sighed. The other demons also looked solemn and worried. The 4 royal demon clans had always been in a competitive relationship. In the past, they had never stopped fighting. However, things were different now. Now that the universe was in chaos and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had appeared, the demons' strength had declined. If they still killed each other, they would be digging their own graves. They had long since abandoned their former enmity, so no matter which royal demon clan they were from, they all hoped that Zixian could successfully fuse with them. If Zixian could successfully fuse with it, then the demons would have an unprecedented expert who would lead the demon clan to glory. However, Zixian's fusion did not go smoothly. It was not a complete success. It could only be considered a partial success. Sometimes she would be awake, and sometimes she would be in a daze. She relied entirely on her tenacious willpower and instincts to fight. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Those blue rocks are about to run out. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock that they encountered before didn't contain a lot of blue rock. Although they were able to move all the blue rock, they couldn't help but continue to consume it. After fighting with the absolute Yin corpse non-stop for a period of time, he had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, among the absolute Yin corpses, the silver-eyed Yin corpses and the absolute Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven had a strong resistance to the blue rock. If one didn't have a strong battle strength, the blue rock alone wouldn't be able to stop these powerful absolute Yin corpses. During this period of time, they had completely relied on Zixian's demon ancestor blood crystal to form a defensive light shield and the blue rock to barely block the attacks of the absolute Yin corpses. Now, Gu Changfeng was still recovering, Zixian's condition wasn't stable, and the blue rock was about to run out. The situation wasn't good for them. Roar, roar. At this moment, a few angry roars sounded. 3 burly figures suddenly charged towards them and crashed into the demonic Qi light shield. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic Qi light shield shook violently. These 3 figures were covered in thick black gas. Their eyes were silver white. They were clearly 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses. The 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses were extremely powerful. They constantly attacked the demonic Qi light shield, causing it to cave in. Behind the 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses, there were more than 10 burly absolute Yin corpses. Each of them was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. They also attacked together, causing the demonic Qi light shield to shake even more violently. Attack! Stop them! Shuri roared. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Instantly, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons attacked, shooting out rays of blue light. These blue light rays were all long needles made from blue rock. They were densely packed as they hit the absolute Yin corpses. Then, the blue rock exploded, turning into blue flames that enveloped the absolute Yin corpses. The blue rock had quite a bit of effect on the absolute Yin corpses. No matter if it was the silver-eyed Yin corpses or other absolute Yin corpses, they all needed to use the black gas to block it. Their own strength was naturally affected, and their attacks on the demonic Qi light shield were also much weaker. Not long after, the 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses retreated with the other absolute Yin corpses. We used up a large amount of blue rock just now. We don't have much left. Tang Jian said with an ugly expression. Although their divine weapons were also covered in blue rock, they didn't dare to engage in close combat with the silver-eyed Yin corpses. The difference in battle strength was too big. Even if they had divine weapons with blue rock, they would only die if they engaged in close combat with the silver-eyed Yin corpses. They would be easily killed. So, they could only shoot out blue firestones from afar to block the absolute Yin corpses. This way, they would use up a lot of energy. Boom. Boom. Not long after, a violent explosion sounded again, and the demonic Qi light shield shook violently. The 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses led the absolute Yin corpses to attack again. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were helpless, and could only continue to shoot out blue rock to block. After a while, the silver-eyed Yin corpses retreated with the absolute Yin corpses, but not long after, they continued to attack. After a few times, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons finally ran out of blue rock. Roar, the silver-eyed Yin corpses led the absolute Yin corpses to attack again, and the demonic chi light shield trembled nonstop. The faces of Lion and the others were incomparably gloomy. This time, without the blue rock, they could only rely on themselves. Boom boom boom. The demonic chi light shield trembled more and more violently. Although this demonic chi light shield was released by Zixian using the demon ancestor blood crystal, Zixian's cultivation was limited after all. Moreover, she had only half succeeded in fusing with the demon ancestor blood crystal. So, although the demonic chi light shield's defense was strong and could block normal absolute Yin corpses, it was very difficult to completely block the silver-eyed Yin corpses. The 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses were about to break through the demonic chi light shield and kill their way in. Attack! Stop them! Lion roared, and his figure soared into the sky. He took out an origin-grade divine weapon and slashed at a silver-eyed Yin corpse. His divine weapon was naturally covered in blue rock. Chapter 4894. When Lion attacked, Heaven Destroyer and the other top experts from the evil demons also attacked the 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses. However, there weren't many top experts on both sides. There were only a few people who were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. The rest were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Although their divine weapons were covered with blue rocks, their combat strength was far inferior to the silver-eyed Yin corpses. In just one exchange, the experts from Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were forced to retreat. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. There were even 2 top Lord of Heaven level experts who were almost killed by the silver-eyed Yin corpses' terrifying claws. Everyone's heart sank. The difference in combat strength was too great. The silver-eyed Yin corpses were blocked by the demonic chi light shield. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to block it. When the silver-eyed Yin corpses broke through the demonic chi light shield, how could they block it? Roar roar roar. Boom boom boom. The extreme Yin corpses kept roaring as they attacked the demonic chi light shield. Finally, a crack appeared. The 3 extreme Yin corpses charged through the crack and appeared above everyone's heads. Their berserk auras covered the sky and pressed down on everyone. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making everyone feel an enormous pressure. Then, the 3 extreme Yin corpses attacked. Their sharp claws tore through the void and a terrifying force grabbed at everyone. Block it! Lion and the others roared as they rushed into the sky to block the attacks of the extreme Yin corpses. Their eyes were filled with determination. Without the demonic chi light shield, they knew that they wouldn't be able to block the 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses. In the end, they would probably be killed. However, they had no choice. They couldn't run away. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky from the ground and charged at one of the silver-eyed Yin corpses. With a loud boom, the silver-eyed Yin corpse was blocked. It was Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was weak. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from his injuries. The silver-eyed Yin corpse let out a furious roar and charged towards Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng held his divine weapon and fought with the silver-eyed Yin corpse. Although Gu Changfeng was injured, it was still possible for him to fend off the silver-eyed Yin corpse with the help of his blue firestone weapon. However, the others were in imminent danger. When the others faced the 2 silver-eyed Yin corpses, they were not a match at all. As soon as they exchanged blows, there were people who died, torn apart by the silver-eyed Yin corpses. Kill! A silver-eyed Yin corpse let out a loud roar and charged at Yin Kong. Its sharp claws swiped at Yin Kong's head. My life is over. Yin Kong sighed. With his strength, there was no suspense when facing a silver-eyed Yin corpse, and only death awaited him. At this moment, in the sky, a black light filled with rich and powerful demonic chi flew towards the silver-eyed Yin corpse. With a bang, the silver-eyed Yin corpse was blocked. A figure appeared in the sky, exuding an aura as vast as the abyss. It was Zixian. At this moment, Zixian was in an unusual state. Her eyes were tightly shut, and black demonic chi surrounded her body like black ribbons. A terrifying aura gushed out from her body, but it was not very stable and kept fluctuating. The 2 silver-eyed Yin corpses turned to look at Zixian. With a roar, they pounced at Zixian with shocking speed. Zixian still had her eyes closed. As if it was her instinct, her palm formed a demonic blade that was more than 10 meters long. She stepped in the air and waved the demonic blade, fighting with the two silver-eyed Yin corpses. After a few exchanges, Zi Xian's figure retreated slightly. She was at a disadvantage. She had to maintain the demonic qi barrier to block the other extreme Yin corpses, so her battle strength was naturally not at its peak. However, if she did not maintain the demonic qi barrier, a large number of extreme Yin corpses would rush in, and many of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would die. One had to know that there were more than 10 extreme Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would not be able to block them. In this way, Zi Xian was at a disadvantage against the two silver-eyed Yin corpses. The silver-eyed Yin corpses roared angrily and continued to attack Zi Xian. Outside the demonic qi barrier, there were more than 1,000 extreme Yin corpses. They attacked the demonic qi barrier crazily, putting Zi Xian under great pressure. Outside the Heron Ancient Mine, the Blue Sea race and the Evil Yin race heard the explosions coming from the mine. Such intense explosions. It seems like the battle is very intense. Perhaps the battle has entered its final stage. After this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons will be destroyed. The Quasi-Saint race, the Heavenly Human race, the Heaven Destroyer, the evil demons, and the other low-level races will all be eliminated. After destroying these low-level races, we will destroy the Blue Sea race and the Primordial Light race. The Void Universe will belong to the Evil Yin race. A few Evil Yin race members discussed in secret. Similar discussions occurred within the Blue Sea race. Who is it? Suddenly, a top expert from the Baleful Yin tribe shouted as he looked at the void behind him. This elite from the Evil Yin race was equivalent to the Primordial Light race's Guangqin royal envoy. At the same time, there was also an expert of the same level from the Blue Sea clan who was looking at the sky. There was a flash of light in the void and a young figure appeared. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. After the Bone Demon flew with him for a while, Lu Ming refined the top-notch origin-grade armor and let the Bone Demon enter the Ancient Desolation Ring. He traveled alone and finally arrived at the Heron Ancient Mine. This person seems to be Lu Ming from the Heaven Destroyer. A Evil Yin race member recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had become famous in the universe after the battle with the Heavenly Human race and had killed 3 of their strongest Lord of Heaven. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Lands knew of Lu Ming's reputation and had seen Lu Ming's portrait. That's right. It's Lu Ming. It's indeed him. The other creatures in the Forbidden Lands also recognized Lu Ming. Very good, very good. Let's send him and the rest of the Heaven Destroyer to hell. The top expert from the Evil Yin clan sneered. In a flash, he dashed toward Lu Ming like a beam of dim light. Before he arrived, a terrifying sinister aura dashed toward Lu Ming, exuding an extremely cold and sinister aura. Lu Ming frowned and a terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. As soon as he arrived, he heard a loud explosion in the Heron Ancient Mine. He couldn't help but worry. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and the Battle God's spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it forward. The spear radiance was dazzling and destroyed the Evil Yin Qi. It continued to pierce toward the elite from the Evil Yin race. Oh no! The top elite of the Baleful Yin race paled in fright and disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Ming's attack power was beyond his imagination. It was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 4895. The spear radiance pierced through the Baleful Yin Qi of the Baleful Yin tribe expert and blasted a large hole in his body. The Baleful Yin tribe expert retreated rapidly, his body twisting like a ghost. Baleful Yin Qi filled the air and the large hole in his body was quickly mended. The Baleful Yin tribe's body constitution was extremely special. It was between illusion and reality. It was as if it had no physical body but was pure Baleful Yin Qi. It was difficult for ordinary attacks to cause any harm to such a body constitution. However, Lu Ming's attack was no ordinary attack. It was too strong. No matter what kind of body constitution one had, it would destroy everything. Although the Baleful Yin tribe expert was not dead, he was severely injured and his aura was weak. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He did not stop and chased after the baleful Een tribe expert. The war god's spear was like a mountain range, pressing down on the baleful Een tribe expert. The violent destructive energy completely drowned him. The baleful Een expert let out a shrill scream as his body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. His scream was filled with indignation. He had been careless and underestimated Lu Ming. Otherwise, with his strength and special body constitution, he would not have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was no point in regretting. This person, the other baleful Een tribe experts, including the CC tribe, felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but retreat. How would they dare to stop Lu Ming? Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue attacking the baleful Een tribe and CC tribe experts. He turned into a beam of light and rushed into the Heron ancient mine. When he disappeared, the baleful Een tribe and CC tribe people were relieved. Lu Ming has terrifying combat strength. Indeed, Lord Baleful Een tribe must have been careless. However, it is still shocking that he could kill Lord Baleful Een tribe in 2 moves. Let's send a message to the other lords and ask them to come and kill this person. Some Baleful Een tribe people discussed and spread the news. The CC tribe people also thought that Lu Ming could not be left alive and had to be killed. Therefore, they spread the news and asked more CC tribe experts to come. Lu Ming dashed into the Heron ancient mine and flew toward the direction of the booming sound at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he saw some mechanisms and arrays. However, they were all broken. He guessed that they were either destroyed by the exterminating heavenly army, the ultimate Een corpse, or the living creatures of the forbidden grounds. They no longer had much power. At this moment, the battle between the Heaven Destroyer and the extreme Een tribe experts was. Gu Changfeng was severely injured and it was already his limit to hold back a silver-eyed Een corpse. Furthermore, he was at a complete disadvantage and it was likely that he would not be able to defeat the Een corpse after a while. Zixian was fighting 2 silver-eyed Een corpses and had to use her demonic chi barrier to block a large number of extreme Een corpses, so she was in an even more passive position. Finally, a silver-eyed Een corpse clawed at Zixian and tore the baleful Een chi on her body, leaving a few deep wounds on her body. Zixian kept her eyes closed. Her body trembled and her energy fluctuated. Even the baleful Een chi around her shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Prepare for the battle. Lion roared and turned back to his original form. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons all took out their divine weapons and were ready to fight. Once the baleful Een chi was destroyed, they would have to fight to the death. Everyone remember this. When the great battle erupts, try your best to charge outwards. If you can escape, do so. Don't worry about others. Do you understand? Tang Jian shouted. Many people looked sad. This was the most helpless decision, but it had to be done. The only way was to preserve the strength of the heavenly extermination troop. If they could preserve as much strength as possible, the heavenly extermination troop would be destroyed. The 2 silver-eyed Een corpses continued to roar and pounced at Zixian. Zixian could only resist with all her might. If this continues, Zixian will be in great danger. He has not completely fused with the Devil Ancestor blood crystal, and has only partially fused with it. If this continues, all his efforts will be in vain, and he might even be devoured by the Devil Ancestor blood crystal. Een Kong said with a solemn expression. The other Abyss Devils, especially the purple-eyed Abyss Devils, were even more worried. Look outside. Suddenly, someone shouted. Many people looked outside the demonic chi light shield. In that direction, a large amount of blue light suddenly flew out and shot towards the extreme Een corpses. Everyone could clearly see that the blue light was the blue rock they had used before. These blue rocks were polished into the shape of needles or shuttles. When they hit the extreme Een corpses, they exploded and turned into blue flames that enveloped the extreme Een corpses. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Following this, a figure charged over at an astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, spear lights flashed, and the extreme Een corpses exploded one by one. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming! Someone in the Heaven Destroyer exclaimed. Only him. Some people in the Heaven Destroyer felt their hearts sink. What was the use of Lu Ming coming alone? Wasn't he just sending himself to his death? Lu Ming, leave quickly. Some of the extreme Yin corpses are terrifying. You can't deal with them. Yin Kong roared. He knew the name Extreme Yin corpses from the Abyss Devils. Some of the Abyss Devils' ancient books had records of extreme Yin corpses. Lu Ming was strong, comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but it was useless in this situation. Among the extreme Yin corpses, there were at least a dozen existences comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Not to mention, there were also existences like the silver-eyed Yin corpses. Lu Ming was no match for them. He was just sending himself to his death. With Lu Ming's talent, it would be a pity if he died here. To be honest, Lu Ming's value alone was worth thousands. The others also shouted for Lu Ming to leave. But it was already too late. There were at least 4 or 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven charging towards Lu Ming. It's too late. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others had pale faces as they sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw Lu Ming advancing instead of retreating. The War God spear vibrated and sent out 5 spear lights, each aimed at 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The spear lights were unstoppable. The 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven couldn't even withstand a single blow. Their bodies were directly pierced through, creating a large hole. The blue firestone flames on the tip of the spear spread out from the extreme Yin corpses' wounds and enveloped them. In one move, 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were heavily injured. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others didn't even have time to be shocked before Lu Ming continued to attack. Another 5 spear lights were sent out. This time, the bodies of the 5 extreme Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Heavenly Lord realm exploded into pieces. They had completely died. Chapter 4896. This. Within the demonic Qi light shield, everyone from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons opened their mouths wide in shock. In just 2 moves, 5 existences that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were killed. What kind of combat power was this? They were very clear about how strong these extreme Yin corpses were. Although they were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they were actually much more difficult to deal with than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their offensive power was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but their vitality and defensive power far surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. An ordinary strongest Lord of Heaven had no chance of winning against these extreme Yin corpses. However, Lu Ming had killed 5 extreme Yin corpses in 2 moves. Although they could see that Lu Ming's divine weapon was also covered with the blue rock. Although the blue rock could restrain the extreme Yin corpses, the effect was not that heaven-defying. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming had made great progress during this period of time? Zixian, let me in. At this moment, Lu Ming arrived outside the demonic Qi light shield, and his voice was transmitted into the demonic Qi light shield. When Lu Ming's voice fell, the demonic Qi light shield rippled, and a gap appeared. Although Zixian's eyes were tightly shut, she was still conscious. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he charged into the demonic Qi light shield. Without the time to greet Lion, Tang Jian, and the others, Lu Ming charged in Zixian's direction. Sky-splitting style. Lu Ming became one with his spear, and he turned into a spear light, piercing through the void. With shocking speed he stabbed at a silver-eyed Yin corpse. The silver-eyed Yin corpse roared, and it waved its sharp claws at Lu Ming. With a clang, the spear light collided with the silver-eyed Yin corpse's claws. Then, the silver-eyed Yin corpse's claws shattered, and the spear light pierced through its palm. The silver-eyed Yin corpse retreated and Lu Ming quickly followed up. His spear was like a dragon as he launched a barrage of attacks. Currently, Lu Ming's combat strength was already far above the silver-eyed Yin corpse. In addition, he had the blue firestone to restrain the silver-eyed Yin corpse. A single silver-eyed Yin corpse would not be able to withstand Lu Ming's attacks. In just a few moves, the silver-eyed Een corpse's body was pierced through by the war god's spear. After a few more moves, the silver-eyed Een corpse's body was torn apart and it died on the spot. After killing this silver-eyed Een corpse, Lu Ming turned around and charged towards the silver-eyed Een corpse that Gu Changfeng was fighting against. Because Gu Changfeng was in an even worse situation. Because Zi Xian had lost a silver-eyed Een corpse, the pressure on her was greatly reduced and she was able to stabilize the situation. Bush. The spear radiance was like a dragon and the attacks were fierce. The silver-eyed corpse that was fighting with Gu Changfeng was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. At this moment, everyone present was shocked beyond words. They were all shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a terrifying silver-eyed Een corpse could not withstand a few moves from Lu Ming. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Was he still in the Divine Master Realm? How could a Divine Master Realm's combat strength reach such a level? This was simply an origin source. Even Gu Changfeng was shocked beyond words. Even if it is a forbidden body, there are not many people who can reach such a level of combat strength in the Divine Master Realm. Moreover, Lu Ming is only in the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. If his combat strength reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, how powerful would he be? Can a forbidden body reach such a level? The two most outstanding forbidden bodies in the ancient times, the life spirits of the Heavenly Court and the life spirits of the Great Ancient Divine Court, did not have such combat strength when fighting at the same level, right? Gu Changfeng thought to himself. Then he took out a few divine elixirs and swallowed them. Lu Ming did not stop and charged towards the last silver-eyed Een corpse. The silver-eyed Een corpse's intelligence was very high. When it saw Lu Ming kill two beings of the same level as it knew that it was no match for Lu Ming. When it saw Lu Ming charging towards it turned around and tried to escape. However, Zi Xian would not let it escape. She used all her strength to restrain the silver-eyed Een corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed over and cut off the silver-eyed Een corpse's escape route. With Lu Ming and Zi Xian working together, the silver-eyed Een corpse's fate was sealed. In just a few moves, it was completely killed. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the demonic Qi light shield, the extreme Een corpses did not have much intelligence and were still attacking. Lu Ming waved his hand and Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon and the others appeared. Let's attack together and destroy these extreme Een corpses. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged towards the outside of the demonic Qi light shield. Then, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others followed Lu Ming and charged out, throwing out blue firestones. Then, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demon experts roared and charged out as well. The three silver-eyed Een corpses had been killed and there were not many extreme Een corpses left that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their strength had dropped drastically. On the other side, there were experts like Lu Ming, Zi Xian and Gu Changfeng. They were completely unstoppable and a large number of extreme Een corpses were killed. Not long after, the thousands of extreme Een corpses were almost all killed. At this moment, Gu Changfeng sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal himself. Zi Xian was in a similar situation. She landed on the ground and closed her eyes. The demonic qi on her body fluctuated and was very unstable. Zi Xian's situation is not looking good. Brother Lu, do you have any way to help her? Yin Kong came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. I don't know much about this. Guimo, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming turned to ask Guimo. Guimo was the ancestor of the demonic path and he must have a way. Unexpectedly, Guimo shook his head. The origin of the demonic ancestor blood crystal is frighteningly ancient. I don't know much about it, but I can feel that the demonic ancestor blood crystal's energy is frighteningly strong. Merging with it is harder than ascending to the heavens. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Only Zi Xian can rely on herself. Guimo said. Hearing Gumo's words, the evil demon's faces turned solemn. It seemed that Zi Xian could only rely on her own luck. Lu Ming, how did you find this place? Tang Jian asked. I heard from Yi Immortal. Lu Ming said. He guessed that Yi Immortal must have been active in this area before and knew that Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were trapped here. However, Immortal told Lu Ming that he didn't have good intentions. He probably wanted to use the Tsang Ming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe to deal with Lu Ming. He knew that Lu Ming must have come here to save the people of Heaven Destroyer. This would definitely make him face the Tsang Ming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe. It could be said that this was an open conspiracy. Lu Ming knew this, but he had no choice but to come. Yi Immortal? This guy doesn't have good intentions, Tang Jian muttered. Tang Jian muttered. Naturally, they could guess Yi Wuxiu's intentions. By the way, how did you guys get here? Why are you trapped here? Lu Ming asked. It's like this. Tang Jian briefly recounted their experiences during this period of time. The Tsang Ming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe? A wisp of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He said, "We have to leave this place quickly. The baleful Yin tribe and the Tsang Ming tribe are guarding outside. They must have sent messages to the others." Chapter 4897. What about Zixian? Yin Kong asked. Take her away and put her into my chaos ring. Afterward, he sent a voice transmission to Zixian, asking her to cooperate. He then put Zixian into the chaos ring. Senior Gu Changfeng, you should heal in the chaos ring too. Lu Ming looked at Gu Changfeng. Lu Ming, did you comprehend the 3000th ancient secret skill? Gu Changfeng stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. That's right. Senior, you are wise. Lu Ming nodded and did not hide anything. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Gu Changfeng was shocked and said, You really comprehended the 3000th ancient secret skill. This is unbelievable and unprecedented. Senior, you are flattering me. Didn't the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court comprehend the 3000th ancient secret skill long ago? Lu Ming said. That's just a rumor. Gu Changfeng shook his head and smiled. He then said to Lu Ming through voice transmission, To tell you the truth, I once heard from a senior who survived the Ancient Divine Courts that the Lord of the Ancient Divine Courts did not comprehend 3000 ancient secret skills. In fact, he only comprehended 2999. Lu Ming was shocked and replied, How is that possible? Didn't they say that the Ancient Divine Court had the 3000th ancient secret skill? Have you seen anyone who has gathered the 3000th ancient secret skill? Gu Changfeng asked. Lu Ming was stunned and did not know how to answer. Yes, it had always been a rumor that the Ancient Divine Court had the 3000th ancient secret skill, but no one had ever gathered them all. It was said that after the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court died, no one had gathered the 3000th ancient secret skill. So, it's just a rumor. In fact, there are only 2,999 Grand Ancient Secret Arts in the Grand Ancient Divine Court. The 3000th Grand Ancient Secret Art has always been a conjecture of the Grand Ancient Divine Court's leader, but he didn't manage to comprehend it. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the 3000th Grand Ancient Secret Art. So, you're unprecedented. I can feel that your forbidden energy has become even more terrifying. Gu Changfeng said. Not bad. Lu Ming did not hide anything. You're an eternal genius. Of all my previous taboo physiques, you're probably the most accomplished. You've walked the path that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court couldn't walk. However, I've heard that the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng, seems to have walked on another path. It seems to be unprecedented. I truly wish to have the opportunity to meet him. Gu Changfeng said. In terms of age, Gu Changfeng was Tang Feng's senior. However, when Tang Feng was born, Gu Changfeng was already in a deep sleep and the two of them had never met. After talking with Gu Changfeng, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotions. It turned out that he had unintentionally walked on a path that had never been seen before. He had originally thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had also comprehended 3000 ancient secret skills. Who would have thought that the Master of the Primordial Divine Court would fail, and would instead be stuck at 2999? Fortunately, there was this rumor that Lu Ming had succeeded. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had failed, he might not have succeeded either. Because he had always thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had comprehended 3000 ancient secret skills. He thought that since others had succeeded, it meant that this path was feasible and that he could succeed too. Therefore, he had been persevering and did not give up. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the archaic divine court had failed, he would have been discouraged and thought that this path was not feasible. He might have failed. Things were really unpredictable. After that, Lu Ming also put Gu Changfeng into the Chaos Ring. It was not only Gu Changfeng. Next, Lu Ming got everyone to enter the ancient Desolation Ring. There were most likely creatures guarding outside the Heron Ancient Mine. It would be a burden to bring a large group of people with him. It was safer and more convenient for him to move alone. After putting everyone into the Chaos Ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he dashed out of the Heron Ancient Mine. Soon, Lu Ming arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine. As soon as he arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming felt many cold gazes landing on him. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent and they were like sharp blades cutting his skin. These were naturally creatures of the Forbidden Land. There were hundreds of them from the Tsang Ming tribe and the Baleful Yin tribe, which was several times more than when Lu Ming had entered previously. There were more people from the Baleful Yin tribe and the Tsang Ming tribe. They came so quickly. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. It had only been a short while since he had gone in to help, but the number of people from the Baleful Yin tribe and the Tsang Ming tribe had increased by several times. It seemed that there were experts from the two tribes in the area. Lu Ming, how dare you kill an expert from the Baleful Yin tribe? You are courting death. Set up the formation and summon the Baleful Yin Ghost King. Tear him apart. A middle-aged man from the Baleful Yin tribe spoke. His body was constantly twisting and turning like a ghost. This middle-aged man had arrived later. Before entering, Lu Ming had not seen him before. However, the aura he gave off was extremely terrifying. He was probably a top expert. Swoosh, 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 a total of 15 experts from the Baleful Yin tribe rushed out. They all had treasures that looked like skulls. These skulls were the size of an adult's fist and were covered with runes. These skulls were the carriers of the combined attack formation. The runes spread and the 15 skulls shone. They intertwined with each other and then formed a huge figure. This figure gave off a terrifying Baleful Yin chi. It was the Baleful Yin Ghost King that the Baleful Yin tribe had mentioned. This was the Baleful Yin Ghost King formed by the combined attack formation of 15 people. It was extremely powerful. The Baleful Yin Ghost King roared and pounced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the Tsang Ming tribe also attacked. The Tsang Ming tribe also used a combined attack formation. However, it was not a combined attack formation of 15 people, but a combined attack formation of 18 people. The combined attack formation of 18 people formed a flying fish. This flying fish had 2 wings. With a flap of its wings, it shot towards Lu Ming like an arrow released from a bow. The 2 combined attack formations attacked Lu Ming from the left and right. Following closely behind the 2 combined attack formations, 2 figures also charged towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. One was the middle-aged man from the Baleful Yin tribe, and the other was a top expert from the Tsang Ming tribe. These 2 people were comparable to the Guangqian royal envoy. They knew that Lu Ming was very strong. Therefore, they used their strongest combat power from the get-go. Their coordination was flawless. The 2 terrifying combined attack arrays and the 2 experts who were comparable to the king of Guangqian formed a killing move. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the face of such an attack, the Guangqian royal envoy would definitely be killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than the Guangqian royal envoy, they would still be severely injured. However, Lu Ming's strength was not just a little stronger than the Guangqian royal envoy's. What's more, he was in control of a top-tier soul-grade armor. Chapter 4898. On the way to the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming had already refined a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart stirred and a black armor appeared, shrouding Lu Ming within it. It covered him tightly and he looked just like a god of war. Swoosh! The sky-breaking form was unleashed and turned into a sharp spear radiance that shot toward the sinister Shade Ghost King. The sinister Shade Ghost King roared and slashed at Lu Ming with a Ghost King blade. When the blade collided with the spear radiance, there was an earth-shattering explosion. In the next moment, the Ghost King blade vibrated violently and dense runes appeared on its surface. The sinister Shade Ghost King was also forced to retreat. The sinister Shade Ghost King was formed by a 15-man combined formation. The 15 people who had set up the formation were all peak almighty experts. Compared to the 9-man combined formation of the Yuan-Guang tribe, it was naturally much stronger. However, compared to the 21-man combined formation of the Yuan-Guang tribe, it was still much weaker. Its offensive power was slightly stronger than that of the Guangqin royal envoy, so it was naturally no match for Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming forced the sinister Shade Ghost King to retreat, the 18-man combined formation of the Blue Sea tribe and the 2 top experts from the Blue Sea tribe and the sinister Yin tribe arrived. 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming ignored the 3 attacks. He gathered all his strength and continued to unleash the sky-breaking form to attack the sinister Shade Ghost King. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body only vibrated a few times before he blocked the 3 attacks. It is indeed a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. Its defensive power is very strong. The vibrations that passed through the armor were not much. I can completely block them. Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted as this thought flashed across his mind. The top-grade source-grade battle armor didn't disappoint Lu Ming at all. Its defensive power was too strong. Those 3 terrifying attacks had been completely blocked. Even if there was some vibrating force through the armor, it wasn't strong. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely withstand it. Only someone with the same attack power as Lu Ming would be able to penetrate the armor and cause a certain amount of damage to Lu Ming. These people were obviously not good enough. Boom. Lu Ming's offensive was not affected much. He exchanged a second blow with the baleful Yin Ghost King. This time, the baleful Yin Ghost King's saber exploded. The spear light pierced a hole through the baleful Yin Ghost King's body. In reality, it had pierced through the body of a baleful Yin expert. The destructive power exploded, and the baleful Yin expert's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. With 1 person killed, the formation instantly became unstable and its light dimmed. It almost couldn't maintain the form of the baleful Yin Ghost King. Primitive style. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and used the primitive style. A piece of land formed above the baleful Yin Ghost King's head. This piece of land wasn't large. It was only 100 meters in radius. The smaller the area, the stronger the attack power of the primitive style. The piece of land with a radius of 100 meters suppressed the baleful Yin Ghost King's head. A terrifying power exploded, and the baleful Yin Ghost King exploded. The remaining 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death. Yes, the 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death by the primitive style. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only 15 skulls were left floating in the air. At this time, another 3 attacks landed on Lu Ming. However, they didn't cause much damage to Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and the war god's spear swept out. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe who was comparable to the Guangqin royal envoy. This top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was the closest to Lu Ming. He was directly hit by the war god's spear. His body flew out like a cannonball and smashed through a mountain. Let's go! The top expert from the baleful Yin tribe was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He was frightened. He couldn't help but think of the top expert from the baleful Yin tribe who had been killed by Lu Ming. That expert was at the same level as him. If he could be killed by Lu Ming, what about him? Therefore, he fled without hesitation. The speed of the baleful Yin tribe was extremely fast, comparable to that of the primordial light tribe. Like a ghost, he disappeared into the distance in a few flashes. The other members of the baleful Yin tribe didn't dare to stay. They followed closely behind the top expert and fled into the distance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't chase after them. Instead, his body flashed and he charged toward the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. Ah, damn it! The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was shocked. When he saw the top expert from the baleful Yin tribe escape, he was furious. However, the most important thing now was to stop Lu Ming. Come and help me! The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe shouted. At the same time, he unleashed his full strength. He opened his mouth and a long river appeared. The long river was filled with this kind of water. It was extremely cold. This kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. Not only was it cold, but it was also filled with yin qi. It was like the qi of the 9 underworlds. The river surged and swept toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation also charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored the attack of the formation. Open! Lu Ming bellowed. The taboo power surged into the war god's spear wildly. The war god's spear rapidly grew in size. It was like an incomparably huge mountain range, pressing forward and lashing out at the cold and gloomy river. The river splashed in all directions. It was directly split open by the war god's spear. The powerful force hit the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe and sent him flying. His body trembled and his face turned pale. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation hit Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's body staggered slightly, but he managed to block the attack. To be honest, the joint attack formation of the 18 people from the Blue Sea tribe was very powerful. It was only slightly weaker than the joint attack formation of the 21 people from the Primordial Light tribe. Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to let it hit him if he didn't have the top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor. In fact, even with the top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor, a powerful force could still pass through and hit Lu Ming. However, this force couldn't cause serious injuries to Lu Ming immediately. It could only cause light injuries. Given Lu Ming's vitality and recovery ability, he could recover quickly. Of course, this was only one such formation. Lu Ming could ignore it. If there were 8 or 10 of such formations, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to be so careless. Continuous light injuries could also accumulate into serious injuries. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one person. Boom. The desolation style was executed. A continent formed above the top of the Blue Sea tribe's expert and pressed down on him. The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe roared and used all his strength to resist. However, it was useless. When the continent pressed down, the Blue Sea tribe's expert's attacks kept collapsing. In the end, the continent pressed down on his body. Bam! The man's body was torn to pieces. Chapter 4899. This top expert of the Blue Sea race was crushed by Lu Ming's desolate style. His body was torn apart and his soul was also destroyed by the violent destructive power. Another terrifying expert was killed by Lu Ming. The remaining Blue Sea race members were terrified. Go! Retreat first. The Blue Sea race members, including the 18 people in the formation, fled into the distance. You want to leave now? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and chased after the Blue Sea race like a stream of light. In an instant, he caught up with the 18 people in the formation. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his palm and used the primeval style. A large piece of land blasted toward the 18 people's combined attack array. The 18 people of the Blue Sea race formed a giant fish with 2 wings. The fish's head was as thin as a sword and its body was surrounded by cold water. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 18 people's formation could only take it head-on. But the result was that the giant fish was forced to retreat. In a head-on battle with Lu Ming, the combined attack of the 18 of them was still lacking. Moreover, Lu Ming now had a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. When he fought with others, he could use more of his energy to attack. He did not need to consider defense. His combat power would undoubtedly be stronger. Immortal used this advantage and was usually stronger in a battle of the same level. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He attacked continuously and his opponent couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, Lu Ming's spear broke through the opponent's defense and killed one of the Blue Sea race members in the formation. The remaining 17 Blue Sea race members in the formation were really panicking. Lu Ming, are you really going to kill us all? You're becoming a mortal enemy of the Blue Sea race. Can you stop our revenge? A Blue Sea race member roared. Aren't we mortal enemies now? Lu Ming sneered. He had finally seen through the life forms of the Forbidden Grounds. Even if you were to avoid them, they would still take the initiative to come and kill you. Therefore, the only way was to counterattack and kill until the other party was afraid or even flatten the other party. Only then would they be able to eliminate all future troubles. Dealing with these creatures of the Forbidden Lands, Lu Ming would not show mercy at all. The sky-breaking style erupted and turned into a dazzling spear light. This time, the spear light directly pierced through the two-winged giant fish. When the giant fish exploded, 7 out of the 17 people who had set up the formation were instantly killed by the spear light. The remaining 10 people were also injured. They ignored their injuries and fled in all directions. Spread out and spread the news to Lord Tsongluo. During this period of time, we brought back a large amount of resources from the Tsangming Sea. Soon, more cultivators will awaken and come to the Purple Heaven Cave. At that time, those cultivators will avenge us. Several Blue Sea race members roared loudly. Their figures didn't stop as they fled with all their might. Lu Ming went all out to kill them. In the end, another 6 people were killed by Lu Ming. A few people still managed to escape. There were many people from the Blue Sea race. In addition to those who had set up the formation, there were also those who didn't. They had already escaped. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed and he left the place. A day later, in a relatively quiet and hidden place, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons. Seeing that they were safe, they naturally thanked Lu Ming profusely. In particular, Lion, Tang Jian, and the others were even more amazed by Lu Ming's strength. At the same time, they were also very ashamed. Not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Cave, they were chased by the Extreme Een corpse. Later, when they finally got rid of the Extreme Een corpse, they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Therefore, during this period of time, it could be said that they had accomplished nothing. On the other hand, Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed, forming a sharp contrast. By the way, Senior Lion, Senior Tang, do you recognize the words of the last era? Lu Ming asked. I know a little. Lion nodded. That's great. We previously obtained some scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. They were recorded in the words of the last era. We can't understand them at all. Please take a look, Senior. Lu Ming said. Scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. Lion's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the others around him also revealed a look of joy and anticipation when they heard it. If these scrolls recorded some mysterious chi refinement skills from the last era, or even profound refining skills and alchemy skills, they would be invaluable. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of scrolls appeared. Lion picked up a scroll, opened it expectantly, and read it carefully. Not long after, Lion revealed an excited look and said, recorded in this scroll is a profound refining skill that can refine source-level divine weapons. If this is given to our blacksmith masters, their refining skills will definitely increase greatly, and the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons will also increase by a lot. It's actually a profound refining skill. This is simply a priceless treasure. Tang Jian was also excited. This kind of refining method was too valuable for a certain force. The various factions in the universe, such as the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Human Tribe, and the Demons, although there were blacksmiths who could refine source-level divine weapons, the success rate was very low. One could imagine the speed at which source-level divine weapons were produced. The supply was far from meeting the demand. If they could increase the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons, it would be crucial for the development of a faction. However, although I can understand it, it's still very complicated to translate it. It will take a long time. Lion said, It doesn't matter. Let's see what's in these scrolls first. When we bring them out, we can slowly translate them. Lu Ming said. Then, Lion picked up the second scroll and began to read it. This scroll was a profound crafting technique. Moreover, it was an offensive technique called the Tai Heavenly Imperial Palm. Once mastered, it was extremely powerful and was even more powerful than an ancient secret technique. Of course, the value of this chi refinement technique could not be compared to the previous refining skill. After all, this type of offensive chi refinement technique was generally only suitable for beings below the origin realm to cultivate. This was because after reaching the origin realm, one could only comprehend Genesis arts according to one's own origin power. The power of Genesis arts was generally far above that of ancient secret techniques or offensive chi refinement techniques. Lion then picked up the third scroll and read it. This is an source level array. Lion suddenly exclaimed, revealing the array's expression. What? An source level array? The first to react was Dandan. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lion, staring at him with fiery eyes. It's an source level array. The others also became excited, and their eyes lit up. Yes, it's an source level array, and a defensive one. Lion nodded solemnly. An source level array was not to be underestimated. In the past, the heavenly human tribe and the demons did not know about it, but Heaven Destroyer lacked source level arrays. Therefore, the arrays in Heaven Destroyer's base were not very powerful. Chapter 4900. Is it a complete source level formation? Tang Jian hurriedly asked. The Heaven Destroyer had been excavating the ruins of the universe for so many years, but it had never found a complete source level formation. A complete source level formation would be incredibly powerful once it was laid down. If the Heaven Destroyer's base had a complete source level formation, they would not have to fear the celestial race's attack. If they could control a complete source level formation, once the origin tribulation was over and the Heaven Destroyer's origin awakened, the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer would definitely increase. That's right. It's a complete source level formation. Lion solemnly nodded. Many people's breathing became ragged. Can you translate it for me? Dandan stared at Lion with sparkling eyes. It might take some time to translate it. After all, a formation involves a lot of information, Lion said with some difficulty. Dandan, don't worry. What's supposed to be given to you will be given to you sooner or later. You can't run away. Moreover, your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the God-Lord realm. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to lay it down. Didn't you also obtain a complete source level formation in the Myriad Transformations ruins? Lu Ming patted Dandan on the shoulder. Dandan awkwardly smiled and took a few steps back. Laying down a source level formation was not that easy. The requirements were extremely stringent. Generally speaking, one needed to be at the origin realm to lay down a formation. This was because origin realm existences controlled origin energy. Source level formations required origin energy to be laid down and activated. At the very least, one needed to be a peak God Lord to lay down a formation. But generally speaking, peak God Lords would find it very difficult to succeed. Although peak God Lords had already condensed their origin seeds and contained origin energy, peak God Lords had far too little origin energy. It was not enough to lay down a source level formation. Of course, it was not impossible to use some special treasures or techniques. But Dandan was only at the 9th level of the God Lord realm. That was simply impossible. Lion continued to look through the other scrolls. The remaining scrolls were all very valuable. For example, there were all kinds of chi cultivation techniques, artifact refining techniques, alchemy methods, and some other source-grade formations. There was even a method to refine a combination array formation carrier. Although it was only a method to refine a 9-person combination array formation carrier, its value was still immeasurable. Once they brought it back, as long as they gathered enough materials, wouldn't the Heaven Destroyer be able to continuously refine the carriers of the joint attack formation? Of course, the success rate of the joint attack formation carrier was extremely low, but it was better than nothing. There were also some scrolls that were maps of the Purple Heaven Cave. They were exactly the same as the one that Lu Ming had translated for Tsong Qiong. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Lion asked Lu Ming after reading all the scrolls. To the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the map lit up, forming a huge map in the air. Their current location was in the northeast direction of the map. Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Everyone looked at the center of the map. Previously, Lion had translated the words on the map in front of everyone. Therefore, everyone could understand the map. They could see that there was a huge sea in the middle of the map. This sea was surrounded by continents. There was an island in the center of the sea. This island was the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. This was also the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Back then, the Immortal of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom was overseeing this place. There was no doubt that the most precious treasures of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom were hidden here. They didn't know before, but after seeing the map, how could they not go? Everyone else also showed signs of interest. They didn't need to guess to know that the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom contained amazing treasures. This was the place where the Immortal was overseen. What was the Immortal? He was a transcendent, an eternal existence that transcended the universe. Even a strand of hair left behind by the Immortal was a priceless treasure. The Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom is the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. I believe that the heavenly human race, the quasi-sage race, and even the creatures of the Forbidden Lands will definitely go there after knowing about it. That place will become a chaotic and dangerous place. If you don't have enough strength, you will only be courting death. Lion's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Many people's hearts sank, and the light in their eyes faded. Yes, how could the heavenly human race, the quasi-sage race, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands miss the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom? Especially those creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Once they knew about it, they would definitely not miss it. That area would be very dangerous. They knew very well how strong the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were. If they went, not only would they not get any treasures, but they would also be courting death. I won't restrict your choice. If you want to go, you can go. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the outer continents and look for treasures. There are countless treasures in the outer continents. Lion said, I'm not going. I'll stay. Many people spoke one after another. Apart from Lu Ming and the others, almost no one else went. As the leaders of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons, Lion, Tang Jian, Yin Kong, and the others naturally had to stay and advance and retreat with everyone. Although Gu Changfeng wanted to go, his body was injured and it was inconvenient for him to move. He planned to focus on healing his injuries. If he still had time after his injuries were healed, he would rush over to take a look. In the end, the decision was made. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Qiu Qiu, Bone Demon, Wan Xin, and Tang Jun would go to the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom in a group of 10. The others would continue to stay in the outer continents to look for treasures. I have a good place to go. There are opportunities there. It's right here. On a mountain peak here, there are 4 statues. They are incomparably mysterious and can help people comprehend secret techniques. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he pointed at a corner of the map. The place he was talking about was the Qi vein where Lu Ming and the others had competed for treasures with the primordial light race and the heavenly human race. There were 4 statues there. Lu Ming and the others had obtained great benefits there. Lu Ming had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique there, which had greatly increased his battle strength. Without those statues, Lu Ming didn't know if he could comprehend the 3000th ancient secret technique. Even if he could, who knew how long it would take? If everyone in the Heaven Destroyer comprehended their strength would definitely improve greatly. Especially the top figures such as Gu Changfeng, Lion, and Tang Jian. Their gains would definitely be shocking. There's actually such a mysterious place. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others' eyes lit up when they heard Lu Ming's introduction. However, there might still be people from the primordial light race, the quasi-sage race, and the heavenly human race in that place. We have to be extremely careful. Lu Ming reminded them. Don't worry, we won't act rashly. We will find a secret place to hide first. It won't be too late for us to go after the primordial light race, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-sage race have left. They can't possibly stay there forever. Lion said. End of chapter. Chapter 4901. That works. Lu Ming nodded. The plan was set. Lu Ming's group of 10 would go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom first, while the rest of the Heaven Destroyer and the demons would go to the Qi Channel and wait for an opportunity to act. Gu Changfeng could treat his injuries first. As for Zi Xian, she could have a quiet environment to cultivate and try to get through the difficulties. After the discussion, everyone split up. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the rest of the group of 10 set off towards the center of the Purple Heaven Grotto. Most of the time, Lu Ming and Guo took turns to travel, while the others stayed in the ancient Desolation Ring and cultivated quietly. Although Xian Yanqing and the others had already refined the top origin-grade divine weapons and armors, they could still comprehend secret techniques. They had already touched the outline of Genesis techniques in front of the 4 statues. For example, Xian Yanqing and Tang Jun were confident that they could use Genesis techniques at the peak of the almighty level. There would be many benefits if they seized the time to consolidate their strength. Lu Ming and Guo took turns to travel at an extremely fast speed. Whenever they encountered something like the extreme Yin corpse, they would first avoid it. Finally, half a month later, they arrived at the seaside. Although it was an inland sea, it stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. The sea was very calm, without any wind or waves, like a mirror. There seems to be no living creatures in the sea. Lu Ming sensed for a moment, and then his figure flew into the air, heading towards the depths of the sea. Along the way, they did not encounter any abnormalities. This sea was like a dead sea. Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum, and when he was tired, he replaced Guo. The two worked together and crossed the sea in just a few days. A huge object appeared on the surface of the sea. It was an island. They had arrived at the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. This aura. As they approached the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, Lu Ming's pupils shrank and he was shocked. The sky above the island, which was the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, was pitch black and covered by dark clouds. The world was dark and gloomy, and there was a cold aura constantly coming from it. This gloomy and cold aura was the same as the other places in Purple Cloud Grotto. However, it was many times denser. Looking from afar, one could see a dark and cold energy radiating from the violet firmament Immortal Kingdom, rushing in all directions. Such a dense and sinister aura. To think that an immortal country would turn into such a state. What in the world happened here? Lu Ming whispered. At the same time, he was secretly disappointed. This place was filled with such a dense and cold aura, which meant that there were basically no divine herbs growing on this island. It seemed like he would be disappointed if he wanted to obtain any source-grade divine herbs here. However, since they were already here, they naturally couldn't come here for nothing. They had to properly explore this place. Lu Ming continued to step forward and flew towards the island. This island was very large, like a continent. Lu Ming stood in the air and carefully observed. The island was completely barren. There were no plants at all. He could even see that there were many large pits and sword marks on the island. It was obvious that these were the traces left behind by a great battle. Even after countless years, they still hadn't completely disappeared. Lu Ming waved his hand and let Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others come out of the Chaos Ring. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all had their own unique methods. Lu Ming needed everyone's opinion. Dandan, do you feel any fluctuations of a formation? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Yes, there are fluctuations of a formation in the center of this island, and it's very, very terrifying. Dandan pointed to the front with a solemn face. Lu Ming and the others' faces also sank. It was the first time that Dandan used the word very consecutively and with such a solemn face. Can we go and take a look? Lu Ming asked Dandan. There shouldn't be any problems if we look from afar. Dandan nodded. They immediately set off. Not long after, a huge ancient city appeared in front of them. This ancient city was incomparably grand and took up an astonishing amount of space. However, there were layers of purple gold light that enveloped the ancient city, making it difficult to see the situation inside. This is the heavenly paradise divine light. Why would such a dense heavenly paradise divine light envelop this ancient city? Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and the others all exclaimed and were puzzled. Even the Bone Demon, Xian Yanqing and Tang Jun, who were experienced and knowledgeable, revealed puzzled expressions. Dandan frowned and looked carefully. Sometimes he looked at the ancient city, sometimes he looked at the ground, and then he sent a rune into the ground. After a while, This ancient city is set up with a mysterious formation that can constantly extract the heavenly paradise divine light from the depths of the ground to protect this ancient city. It seems that under this ancient city, no, perhaps under this island, there is a huge chi vein. Dandin speculated. As he reached the end, his eyes shone as if he had seen countless treasures. Let's go to the sea and take a look. Perhaps we can find some clues. Xian Yanqing suggested. Everyone agreed and left the place. They speculated that this ancient city was the real purple firmament Immortal Kingdom. However, the ancient city was surrounded by heavenly paradise divine light. Moreover, the heavenly paradise divine light was so dense that it was impossible for them to enter. Even if they had the armor that Dandin and Bubble had forged together, it was still far from enough. They even speculated that even Origin Realm experts would not be able to enter. If they tried to force their way in, they might be killed by the dense heavenly paradise divine light. They came to the edge of the island and entered the sea, sinking down. Not long after, they sank to the bottom of the sea and saw an incomparably huge mountain range. It was like a divine dragon that extended into the depths of the island. Chi vein, an incomparably huge chi vein. However, they revealed a trace of doubt. Although this chi vein was huge, it seemed similar to the chi vein that they had fought over with the primordial light race. This was the purple firmament Immortal Kingdom. It was beneath their dignity to be located on such a chi vein. Perhaps there is more than one chi vein under the island. Let's take a look again. Gumo said. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They followed the bottom of the sea and circled around the island. Indeed, not long after, they discovered another chi vein. It was not smaller than the previous one. It extended from afar and converged with another chi vein in the depths of the island. There really was more than one. They continued to observe and discovered a third, fourth, and fifth chi veins. In the end, they circled around the island and discovered a total of 9 chi veins. Yes, a total of 9 chi veins. Each chi vein was about the same size. The 9 chi veins were like 9 divine dragons entrenched at the bottom of the sea. The dragon heads converged at the center of the island. They speculated that the place where the 9 chi veins converged was very likely under the ancient city. That ancient city was constantly extracting the heavenly paradise divine light from the depths of the chi veins to form a powerful protection. It seems like we won't be able to enter the ancient city in a short period of time. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. End of chapter. Chapter 4902. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that they would not be able to enter the ancient city in a short period of time. That's right. The ancient city's formation is too advanced. I can't break it at all. Dandin also shook his head. Do we have to wait for this area to collapse before we can enter? Gumo said. That's right. Sooner or later, Purple Cloud Grotto will collapse completely. The 9 meridians will collapse and the ancient city's formation will be torn apart. Only then can people from the outside enter. But it will take at least a few years for that to happen. Dandin said. Everyone nodded. The collapse of Purple Cloud Grotto would not happen instantly. It would be a gradual process that would last for a period of time. It could be as short as a few years or as long as 100 years. The collapse of Purple Cloud Grotto started from the periphery and slowly extended to the center. At that moment, the periphery of Purple Cloud Grotto was almost completely destroyed. It was in a state of chaos and there were huge cracks that extended to the center. When they came, they saw that there were a few huge cracks in the sea. The seawater was pouring in and the scene was shocking. These cracks would extend all the way to the island. When they reached the island, they would definitely tear apart the 9 meridians below the island. When the meridians collapsed, they would not be able to absorb the grotto divine light and energy from the meridians. The ancient city's formation would naturally be useless. It seems that we are the first to arrive here. Why don't we take a look around and familiarize ourselves with the terrain so that we can seize the opportunity later? Tang Jun's suggestion was naturally approved by everyone. The group of 10 immediately began to explore the entire island. There was dead silence around the island. There were no plants or divine herbs. They wandered around for a while but did not find anything. Half an hour later, they saw a dark red land. They stopped at the edge of the dark red land because they felt that there was something unusual about the land. The gloomy aura was thicker and more terrifying. The color of this land is different from other places. It's dark red as if it's soaked in blood. Guillermo said. Lu Ming waved his hand and controlled a divine weapon to fly into the dark red land. Without causing any abnormalities, the divine weapon circled around the dark red ground and flew back. Looks like we worried too much. Lu Ming opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he paused and his eyes narrowed. Because on the dark red ground, some places suddenly wriggled, and then pitch-black sharp claws stretched out. Bang bang bang. Following that, burly figures leaped out of the soil one after another. It was the absolute Een corpse. There were at least a few hundred extreme Een corpses. Their eyes were pitch black like abysses as they stared at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not attack. With a roar, the hundreds of absolute Een corpses on the scene began to move, forming a square formation. Then, an even more burly figure stepped out and landed in front of the square formation. It was the silver-eyed Een corpse. Outsider, get out of this island. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The silver-eyed Een corpse actually opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and filled with brutality. Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. This silver-eyed Een corpse could actually speak? It was not like they had not encountered silver-eyed Een corpses before, and they had encountered quite a number of them. Although those silver-eyed Een corpses had intelligence and were not low, none of them could speak. This silver-eyed Een corpse could not only command the other extreme Een corpses to form a square formation, but it could also speak, which really surprised Lu Ming and the others. Seeing Lu Ming and the others in a daze, the silver-eyed Een corpse's silver eyes revealed a brutal, murderous intent. I'll say it again, outsider, get out of this island or I'll kill you without mercy. The silver-eyed Een corpse's hoarse voice sounded again, filled with cold, murderous intent. Get out of this island? Based on what? You're just a bunch of dead corpses. Do you want to occupy the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom? Dandan curled his lips and shouted. Kill! The silver-eyed Een corpse revealed a brutal, murderous intent and roared. Roar, roar, roar. The extreme Een corpses roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. You're courting death. Dandan roared and took a step forward. Dense runes appeared on the ground, forming a large array that enveloped hundreds of extreme Een corpses. Space-time swamp. Bubbles made a move, and the space-time power covered all the extreme Een corpses, limiting their speed. Ling Yue drew her bow and nocked an arrow. She exploded with all her might and shot out shocking arrows one after another. Bone Demon, Tang Jun, Wan Shen, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Qiu Qiu, and the others also charged out, shooting out weapons made of blue firestones. Lu Ming did not move, and stared at the silver-eyed Een corpse. Ordinary extreme Een corpses were also very strong, and there was no lack of extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but Bone Demon and the others with the blue firestones were enough to deal with them. Kill! The silver-eyed Een corpse stared at Lu Ming and roared. Its body was like a bolt of black lightning as it charged at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws grabbed out, and it actually condensed a large bird that pounced at Lu Ming. This is some kind of offensive technique. Lu Ming's heart trembled. This silver-eyed Een corpse was really amazing. Not only was it intelligent, it could speak, and it could even use offensive techniques. The extreme Een corpses that Lu Ming and the others had encountered before could only blindly wave their claws to attack. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The battle character art exploded with 9 times the battle strength, and the forbidden power flowed into the War God Spear. The War God Spear released a dazzling light, and with a stab, it directly pierced through the silver-eyed Een corpse's giant bird. The spear light did not stop, and it pierced through the silver-eyed Een corpse's palm. The silver-eyed Een corpse quickly retreated, and the black gas on its body spread out, resisting the blue flames on its palm and slowly extinguishing the blue flames. What a dense black gas! Lu Ming discovered that the black gas on this silver-eyed Een corpse was frighteningly dense, and it was even stronger than the silver-eyed Een corpses he had encountered before. At the same time, Lu Ming also noticed that the black gas on the other extreme Yin corpses was even denser than the ones he had encountered before. In other words, these extreme Yin corpses were even harder to deal with. The extreme Yin corpses here are generally stronger. Maybe it has something to do with the environment here. Lu Ming pondered. On this island, the cold aura was even denser. Moreover, the ground in front of them was dark red, and the cold aura was extremely dense. These extreme Yin corpses had lived under the dark red ground for many years, and it had created a terrifying strength. Luckily, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others had refined top-grade soul-grade divine armors. With the top-grade soul-grade divine armors protecting their bodies, they could block these extreme Yin corpses. The silver-eyed Yin corpse's palm was pierced by Lu Ming, and it quickly retreated. It then roared into the sky, and its voice spread far and wide. Chapter 4903. The silver-eyed Yin corpse roared, its voice echoing from afar. The next moment, the dark red ground even further away began to wriggle as burly figures emerged from the ground. Another extreme Yin corpse. And there were even more of them this time, reaching over 1,000. Leading them were 3 silver-eyed Yin corpses. What's going on? Why have you awakened us? The silver-eyed Yin corpses in the back all spoke up. Outsiders have arrived. They'll definitely hinder our plans. We need to chase them away. The first silver-eyed Yin corpse said. Outsiders? At the most crucial moment, how can we allow outsiders to interfere? One of the silver-eyed Yin corpses roared as it charged at Bone Demon's group. The other 2 silver-eyed Yin corpses also began to move, moving as fast as lightning. Soon after, the 1,000 extreme Yin corpses also roared as they charged at Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Xian Yanqing's group. All of you, enter the primordial ring. Leave this to me, Lu Ming said. They could actually set up a joint attack formation, but it consumed too much divine power. Moreover, they still had Dandan, Bubble, Myriad God, Tang Jun, and Ling Yue, who were only at the 8th layer of the Godlord realm. Even if they set up a joint attack formation, their battle prowess would still be weaker than a single person. It was better for them to enter the primordial ring and let Lu Ming move alone. Although they all had top-grade source-grade armors, they were not origin realm existences. It was difficult for them to use the power of their armors. They could block ordinary extreme Yin corpses, but they were still very dangerous against the silver-eyed Yin corpses. When the silver-eyed Yin corpses' attacks landed on their armors, the vibrations were enough to injure them. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and the others all understood this, so they did not say anything and entered the primordial ring. Only the Bone Demon was still outside. Bone Demon's defense was astonishing, and his own battle prowess was enough to block a silver-eyed Yin corpse. He had enough power to protect himself outside. Xian Yanqing and the others had all entered the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming did not have to worry about anything. He could fight without restraint. He unleashed the heaven-splitting technique, consecutively thrusting out 4 spear lights, flying in different directions, piercing towards the 4 silver-eyed Yin corpses. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 consecutive heaven-shaking explosions, the 4 silver-eyed Yin corpses retreated. However, these 4 silver-eyed Yin corpses were truly very powerful. Although they were repelled by Lu Ming, they did not suffer any injuries. With a roar, they once again charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other extreme Yin corpses also pounced towards Lu Ming. Dense amounts of energy surged towards Lu Ming, wanting to drown Lu Ming. Your opponent is me. Gu Mo waved his purple-gold battle axe and charged at a silver-eyed Yin corpse, blocking it. Lu Ming waved his battle god spear, becoming one with the spear, transforming into a resplendent spear light, shattering the void as he charged forward. The spear light pierced into a large group of extreme Yin corpses. This was Lu Ming's all-out attack. How could an ordinary extreme Yin corpse block Lu Ming's all-out attack? Even those extreme Yin corpses whose battle prowess was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven could not. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the spear light passed, the extreme Yin corpses exploded one by one, completely destroyed by the destructive power of the spear light. Bang! In the end, the spear light collided with an extreme Een corpse, sending it flying. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he continued to attack the extreme Een corpse. If he wanted to kill, he would focus on killing one. As for the other extreme Een corpses, even the silver-eyed Een corpses, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about them. Anyway, he had a top-grade origin-grade divine weapon battle armor, so he could still block the silver-eyed Een corpses' attacks. Desolate style, sky-breaking style, Lu Ming unleashed his full battle prowess, using the 2 killer moves consecutively, unleashing a torrential attack on the silver-eyed Een corpse. In just a few moves, half of the silver-eyed Een corpse's body was destroyed by Lu Ming. Although the silver-eyed Een corpse wanted to repair it, Lu Ming's strength was too strong, and the silver-eyed Een corpse could not repair it at all. Clang, clang. The attacks of the other 2 silver-eyed Een corpses landed on Lu Ming's body, but they were all blocked by the origin-grade divine weapon battle armor. Even if the impact passed through the battle armor and hit Lu Ming's body, it was still within the range of Lu Ming's endurance. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. His overall strength had increased greatly, and his defense had also increased by several times. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other extreme Een corpses and attacked the silver-eyed Een corpse with all his strength. Boom! With a palm strike, a continent formed and pressed down on the silver-eyed Een corpse. The silver-eyed Een corpse resisted with all its might, but its strength was limited due to its heavy injuries. Its body cracked open, and the black chi constantly dissipated. Its aura withered, and it was on the verge of death. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he continued to use the heaven-breaking stance, becoming one with the spear. The battle god's spear stabbed at the silver-eyed Een corpse's forehead. The battle god's spear had blue firestones, so it was more effective against the silver-eyed Een corpse. With this move, Lu Ming planned to kill the silver-eyed Een corpse once and for all. At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the dark red earth. This roar was incomparably terrifying, and the entire sky trembled. An incomparably dense black chi erupted from that direction, surging over like a tide. Corpse King, save me! The silver-eyed Een corpse on the verge of death cried for help. Rumble! The sound of space exploding could be heard. Lu Ming glanced over and saw a burly figure in the depths of the dark red earth. It was rushing over at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's face turned solemn, but he didn't stop attacking. The battle god's spear accurately pierced through the silver-eyed Een corpse's forehead, piercing through its head. The blue flames mixed with destructive power completely destroyed the silver-eyed Een corpse. You're courting death. Seeing the silver-eyed Een corpse being killed, the burly figure rushed out from the depths of the dark red earth and let out a furious roar. He held a black halberd in his hand. The halberd looked tattered, but it was condensed with an incomparably dense and cold black chi. The halberd slashed out, growing rapidly, and slashing towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved the battle god's spear to meet the attack. With a clang, the battle god's spear violently shook. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force rush towards him along the battle god's spear. He couldn't help but retreat. However, the burly figure was in a similar situation. Its forward momentum was stopped, and it drifted backwards. Another extreme Een corpse, but its eyes are golden. Is this the golden-eyed Een corpse that Song Qiong mentioned? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Song Qiong had once said that there was a golden-eyed Een corpse above the silver-eyed Een corpse, known as the king of extreme Een corpses. It was extremely difficult to form a golden-eyed Een corpse at this level. Only monstrous existences could form a golden-eyed Een corpse when they were alive. In the last epoch, the number of golden-eyed Een corpses was even fewer than the origin realm extreme Een corpses when the corpse calamity broke out on the primitive continent. Chapter 4904. Lu Ming had always suspected that there were origin realm extreme Een corpses in the Purple Heaven Wonderland. However, because of the origin tribulation, the origin realm extreme Een corpses were all in slumber. Outsider, you dare to kill my subordinates. The golden eye Een corpse roared. Cold, killing intent flickered in his golden pupils. The black chi surging around his body was several times denser than the silver Yin corpse. His aura was thick and terrifying. He held a tattered pitch-black halberd in his hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a ray of light. Let's see how strong this golden Yin corpse is. Lu Ming charged forward with the war god's spear in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with the golden Yin corpse. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The other extreme Yin corpses were unable to interfere at all. The other silver Yin corpses simply surrounded the bone demon. This made the bone demon rather depressed. He could only fight while fleeing. Fortunately, he was unscathed due to his immeasurably tough body. What a strong battle strength. This golden Yin corpse's battle strength is not weaker than mine. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to deal with, Lu Ming thought in his heart. His face was solemn. The golden Yin corpse's battle strength was extremely shocking. Lu Ming had already used all his methods. He used the desolate style and the sky-breaking style consecutively, but he still could not do anything to the golden Yin corpse. Moreover, the golden Yin corpse's defense and vitality were abnormally strong. Lu Ming also discovered that the blue firestone's restraining effect on the golden Yin corpse was even smaller. Although it could not be said to be negligible, it could not play a decisive role. Very soon, after a few more moves, Lu Ming's figure suddenly retreated rapidly. With a few flashes, he appeared beside the bone demon. He activated the desolate ring and let the bone demon enter it. Then, Lu Ming quickly flew into the distance. It was not that he was afraid of the golden Yin corpse. It was just that Lu Ming felt that there was no need to continue fighting. He could not do anything to the golden Yin corpse. Rather than wasting his strength, it was better to leave. The golden Yin corpse roared and led the extreme Yin corpse army to chase after Lu Ming. However, the absolute Yin corpse was not known for its speed. Even the golden Yin corpse was not as fast as Lu Ming. After chasing for a while, it lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Pass down the order. Kill all outsiders without mercy. The golden-eyed Yin corpse angrily roared. Finally, it helplessly returned to the dark red ground. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. After shaking them off for a while, Lu Ming stopped and released Xian Yanqing and the others from the great desolate ring. Then, he told them about the golden-eyed Yin corpse. It seems that the extreme Yin corpses on this island are extremely intelligent. The extreme Yin corpses have already formed a complete faction and are extremely difficult to deal with. Xian Yanqing sighed. In other places, the extreme Yin corpses they met were like a plate of loose sand. Although the silver Yin corpse could also command the low-level extreme Yin corpses, it was definitely not so organized. The others also nodded. The extreme Yin corpses on this island were gathered together like a tribe. It was indeed difficult to deal with them. However, this island was very large. They would just have to avoid it in the future. After discussing for a while, they decided to avoid the dark red ground and continue to explore the other parts of the island. They continued to set off. Half a day later, they made another shocking discovery. Because they found another dark red ground on the other side of the island. The dark red ground emitted an aura that was almost the same as the one they had encountered before. When Lu Ming and the others had just stepped in, there were actually extreme Yin corpses charging out from under the ground. This time, Lu Ming and the others had learned their lesson and directly retreated. There was no need to tangle with these extreme Yin corpses. However, they were still very shocked in their hearts. On this island, there was actually more than one dark red ground. There were actually extreme Yin corpses living under each of them. They guessed that this dark red ground should have been soaked in the blood of some terrifying creature, creating a terrifying fierce land that was suitable for the extreme Yin corpses to cultivate in. In the end, Lu Ming and the others searched the entire island and found a total of 3 dark red lands. All of them had extreme Yin corpses. Other than these 3 dark red lands, there was nothing unusual in the other parts of the island. There were also no living creatures. Of course, they didn't find any divine medicines either. Let's find a place to settle down and wait. A few years isn't long anyway. Lu Ming said. They didn't have any plans to leave. At most, in a few years, the giant crack would extend to this place. At that time, not to mention the ancient city, even the resources contained in the 9 chi veins were unimaginable. One had to know that they had obtained more than 10 billion desolate crystals from the previous chi vein. In addition, there were large amounts of main-grade divine medicines, source-grade divine medicines, and even top-grade source-grade divine medicines. Moreover, there were immortal crystals among them. Their value was simply immeasurable. And there were a total of 9 such enormous meridians here. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? I know a place. It's at the edge of a chi vein. We'll settle down there. In these few years, we can cultivate, Dandan said. Naturally, no one had any objections. They immediately set off and arrived at a hill. This hill was adjacent to a chi vein. If that chi vein cracked open and a treasure flew out, they would be able to easily collect it. After arriving here, Dandan began to set up a formation. The main thing was the concealment formation, which could hide them. Even if people from other factions came, or if the Absolute Incorps came, they would not be able to find them. You guys stay here for now. I've found many precious metal deposits on this island. We can't miss this opportunity. I'll go get some. The ball was on the fairway. Qiuqiu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Lord level, and his cultivation mainly relied on devouring high-level divine weapons or metal materials. Cultivating here was of no use to him. Go, but remember to be careful. If you encounter people from other forces, try to avoid them as much as possible. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. I won't fight them head-on. Let's go. With that, Qiuqiu's figure flashed and he left. Dandan spent an entire day setting up a large-scale concealment formation. Then, Lu Ming took out the enormous desolate crystal vein. They began to dig out the primordial gems in the vein. After a final calculation, the number of desolate crystals in the vein reached 1 billion. There were also several hundred immortal crystals. Every immortal crystal contained an origin imprint. It was an important cultivation resource for origin realm experts. Afterward, the others also took out the desolate crystals and main-grade divine medicines they had obtained earlier. If they were all converted into desolate crystals, they would be worth more than 10 billion. These resources should be enough for the 5 of you to cultivate to the 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming glanced at Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Xin, and Tang Jun. Chapter 4905. Now, only Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Xin, and Tang Jun were still at the 8th level Divine Master realm, and they needed a lot of resources to cultivate. Lu Ming had already reached the 9th level Divine Master realm, and the next step was to break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. He no longer needed resources like desolate crystals and main-grade divine herbs. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Xin, and Tang Jun were all top geniuses, and the power they controlled was not to be underestimated. The resources they needed to cultivate were also shocking. On average, each of them needed 2 to 3 billion desolate crystals, but they had more than 10 billion desolate crystals, so it was about enough. A large number of main-grade divine herbs and desolate crystals piled up into a mountain. The 5 of them surrounded the mountain, each grabbing a desolate crystal and starting to refine it. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, Autumn Moon, and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged outside, guarding Dandan and the others while comprehending their own secret techniques. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating forbidden power. His body glowed, and specks of light filled the sky like stars. A yellow mud road appeared, leading to the depths of his dantian. My cultivation has reached the 9th level Divine Master realm, and my universe bridge should have reached the cosmic sea. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After breaking through to the 9th level Divine Master realm, he had not cultivated properly. On the yellow mud road, Lu Ming's spiritual sense condensed, and then he stepped forward. He passed by the pool of blood. The blood was bright red and glowed as if it had just been spilled on it. What was the origin of this pool of blood? Lu Ming could not figure it out, so he could only ignore it and continue walking. This was Lu Ming's universe bridge, so he could control his speed. With one step, he entered the depths of the universe bridge, and after 2 more steps, he arrived at the end of the yellow mud road. In front of him was a boundless ocean. This ocean was filled with endless multicolored light. He took a step forward and entered the multicolored light. Within the light were endless stars, galaxies, star fields, and so on. He had become incomparably huge, and with a stretch of his hand, he could envelop a star field. These star systems were filled with rays of light. These rays of light were the source of the star systems. This origin was very clear. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to grab this origin, and could clearly feel it. The cosmic sea. That's right, it's really the cosmic sea. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was not the first time he had come to the cosmic sea. Back in the Taishang Immortal City's origin battle, he had won first place and had come to the cosmic sea once. That time, he had condensed the seed of the origin. This was the second time. This was the first time he had come to the universe sea. He had come to the universe sea through the yellow mud road by relying completely on himself. Why is it their perception sea origin? Origin is? Why is it origin so especially origin? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. The last time he came to the cosmic sea from the Grand Supreme Immortal City, his perception of the origin was already relatively clear because he was first. He had asked around, and the others were not as clear as him. Therefore, the seed of origin he had condensed was larger than the others. But now that he had come to the cosmic sea through the universe bridge, his perception of the origin was clearer than before. Under such conditions, as long as he comprehended the power of the origin, his speed would definitely be very fast. Could it be related to my taboo power? Lu Ming could not help but think so. Taboo power was no small matter, and his taboo power had undergone a qualitative change and was even more extraordinary. If it was related to the taboo power, it would make sense. In the distance, seems to be the ruins of the universe. Then, Lu Ming looked into the distance. The distance was shrouded in a dense light. The last time he came, Lu Ming could not see it clearly at all. But this time, Lu Ming could see more clearly. There seemed to be continents in the light, and they looked very much like the ruins of the universe. The cosmic sea seemed to be a projection of the primitive universe. Of course, there seemed to be a wider area on the other side of the ruins of the universe, but Lu Ming could no longer see it clearly. He retracted his gaze and looked at the yellow mud road again. The yellow mud road did not stop here but continues to extend forward. Where does it lead to? Lu Ming muttered, somewhat surprised and doubtful. He had heard others say that the universe bridge extended to the cosmic sea and stopped there. It would not continue to extend. The main function of the universe bridge was to allow the spiritual consciousness or consciousness of cultivators to come to the cosmic sea and comprehend the power of the origin. Therefore, the purpose of the universe bridge extending to the cosmic sea was achieved. However, he had never heard of a universe bridge extending to the cosmic sea and continuing to extend forward. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming stepped forward. With every step he took, it was as if he was crossing star fields. One star field after another passed under his feet. Soon, Lu Ming stepped into the area of the ruins of the universe along the universe bridge. Here, countless continent fragments were floating. These continent fragments seemed to be formed by rays of light. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and enveloped the countless continent fragments. The yellow mud road continued to extend forward. Lu Ming continued to move forward. After a while, he came to the edge of the ruins of the universe. The edge of the ruins of the universe was shrouded in a dense glow. This glow was like a barrier. Lu Ming could vaguely see that there seemed to be something behind the glow. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. The yellow mud road did not stop. It passed through the dense glow and kept moving forward. There seemed to be no end to it. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming decided. He was very curious. If the cosmic sea was a projection of the primitive universe, then this place was the edge of the primitive universe. What would happen after passing through the edge? He took a step forward and prepared to move forward along the yellow mud road. However, he couldn't do it. He was blocked. Lu Ming was blocked by the dense glow. This kind of glow was really like a kind of barrier, blocking Lu Ming outside. No matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not pass through it. Why is this happening? I can pass through the yellow mud road. Why can't I pass through it? Lu Ming was puzzled. Lu Ming tried several times but failed. Lu Ming finally gave up. It's the same whether I have a forbidden body or not. I'll ask Senior Gu Changfeng later. Lu Ming pondered and did not continue. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the yellow mud road and sensed the origin around him clearly. If I want to break through to the peak of the Almighty Realm, I must let the origin power in the origin seed reach a certain concentration. However, what I need to do now is to transform the origin power in the origin seed into an origin power that belongs to me. Everyone's origin energy was different. They all had their own unique characteristics. It was formed by gathering one's essence, qi, and spirit based on the power one controlled. Chapter 4906. For example, Lu Ming had to use the taboo power as a foundation to condense the power of origin. In addition, he had to integrate his essence, energy, and spirit. Thus, it could be said that everyone's source energy was different. Even if the power they controlled was the same, after condensing their source energy, there would still be differences in their source energy. Lu Ming had condensed the power of origin a long time ago, but that kind of power of origin belonged to the general attribute and did not have personal characteristics. Before he broke through to the peak of the Almighty Master Realm, he had to convert it. However, it was not that easy to convert it successfully. Lu Ming had to have a deep understanding of the power of origin. Therefore, Lu Ming's temporary cultivation was to focus on comprehension. Time flew by as he meditated. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, Lu Ming's comprehension of the power of origin had reached a new level. Convert. With a jolt of his heart, the power of origin in the origin seed in Lu Ming's body began to transform rapidly. Very soon, the power of origin in the origin seed was completely transformed into power of origin that contained Lu Ming's own characteristics. I didn't expect to succeed in half a year. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the power of origin in his body. He was delighted. This speed was much faster than he had imagined. He knew that the main reason was that he could clearly sense the power of origin in the cosmic sea. Otherwise, the conversion speed would not be so fast. After the first step of conversion was successful, the next step was to continue comprehending and slowly strengthen the power of origin. Once the power of origin reached a certain concentration, he would naturally be able to break through to the peak of the Almighty Master Realm. This process could not be done overnight. It needed to be accumulated slowly. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the power of origin in the cosmic sea. He believed that this time would be greatly reduced. At least, he would save a lot of time compared to others. Lu Ming glanced at the others and found that Ling Yue, Bubbles, Wan Xin, and Tang Jun were still refining the desolate crystals and had not broken through. It was normal that they had not broken through. Even with the great heavenly origin refining array set up by Dandan, it was impossible to refine so many desolate crystals so quickly. It would take at least a year. Gu Mo was also cultivating, most likely comprehending Genesis techniques. Although Gu Mo could use Genesis techniques now, the more he comprehended them, the more proficient he would be at using them and the more powerful they would become. He didn't know what Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were comprehending, but they were probably comprehending Genesis techniques and origin power. Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness condensed on the yellow dirt road. Following the yellow dirt road, he re-entered the cosmic sea and continued to comprehend the power of origin. Time passed quickly, and another year and a half passed. Lu Ming and the others had been cultivating here for 2 years. Lu Ming's improvement was not small. The origin energy in the origin seed was much denser than before, nearly doubling. Of course, he was still far from reaching the peak of the Divine Master Realm. However, it would also increase Lu Ming's battle prowess a little. Without mentioning anything else, the denser origin energy would pour into the War God Spear, and it would definitely be able to unleash more of its power. After 2 years of cultivation, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun had all entered the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. In this way, apart from Gu Emo and Xiu Qiu, Lu Ming's group of 10 were all at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Their overall strength had greatly increased. Moreover, once they set up a joint attack formation, its power would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that they had gained a lot from this trip to the Purple Heaven Utopia. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled, and a violent rumble came from deep underground. In the distance, the sea churned, and huge waves rose to the sky. Lu Ming and the others wore calm expressions as if they were used to this. This was because after 2 years, the huge cracks had already extended to the island. Over the past month, the island had frequently erupted with rumbles. It was only a matter of time before the veins beneath the island were torn apart. Not only that, but more than a year ago, Lu Ming had discovered that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had already arrived on this island. This was because the creatures of the Forbidden Lands would often fly over their heads. However, Dandan had set up a concealment array here, so the creatures of the Forbidden Lands could not discover Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming had seen the Primordial Light Race, Fiend Yin Race, and Blue Sea Race before. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, several figures flew over Lu Ming's group, their speed astonishing. They quickly flew in a certain direction as if in a hurry. They were members of the Fiend Yin Race. The Fiend Yin Race seems to have something important to do. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. After Lu Ming spoke, his figure flashed and he left the original spot, following behind the few Evil Yin clan members from afar. These few people from the Evil Yin clan were all experts. They were all peak almighty existences. However, they did not discover Lu Ming. After flying for a while, boom, 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 Lu Ming heard violent explosions coming from the front. Following the roars, a cold aura swept out in all directions like a wave. There's a place where the extreme Yin corpses live. Are the Fiend Yin Race and the extreme Yin corpses fighting? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was nothing strange about this. The extreme Yin corpses seemed to be hostile towards outsiders and wanted to kill all of them. It was normal for them to fight with the Fiend Yin Race. The few Evil Yin clan members dashed to the front at high speed. Lu Ming followed them and finally saw the situation in front clearly. At the edge of a dark red land, the extreme Yin corpses and the Fiend Yin Race were fighting fiercely. There were more than 1,000 extreme Yin corpses. However, there were more Fiend Yin Race members, close to 2,000 of them. Furthermore, the Fiend Yin Race members had blue firestones. Lu Ming realized that the Fiend Yin Race, like the Primordial Light Race, seemed to have some method to restrain the extreme Yin corpses and could easily penetrate the extreme Yin corpses' protective black energy. That is, Lu Ming looked up into the sky. There was a huge battle there that attracted Lu Ming's attention. 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. One of them was a tall extreme Yin corpse. It was wearing tattered black armor and its eyes were golden. Its aura was terrifying. It was the extreme Yin Corpse King and the Golden Eye Yin Corpse. This Golden Eye Yin Corpse was not the one that Lu Ming had fought with before. This was because it was on another dark red land. Obviously, this dark red land also had a Golden Eye Yin Corpse guarding it. The one fighting with the Golden Eye Yin Corpse was a Fiend Yin Race member. He looked very young in his 20s. However, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle with the Golden Eye Yin Corpse. There's such an elite among the Fiend Yin Race. Did he enter Purple Heaven later? Lu Ming thought. He already knew that the Primordial Light Race, the Fiend Yin Race, and the Blue Sea Race had come to Purple Heaven to obtain resources. For example, various divine medicines and immortal crystals and immortal stones. Once they obtained the resources, they would send people to deliver them. Chapter 4907. Once the living beings of the 4 great forbidden lands obtained enough resources, they would send people to transport them out to awaken more living beings of the forbidden lands. In the past few years, the living beings of the forbidden lands had transported countless resources out of the Purple Heaven Cave. No one knew how many living beings of the forbidden lands had awakened. Most of the living beings of the Forbidden Lands that had awakened would enter the Purple Heaven Cave to obtain more resources and then transport them out, forming a virtuous cycle. Therefore, in the past few years, many of the living beings of the three great Forbidden Lands had entered the Purple Heaven Cave. It was not strange that there were existences comparable to the Golden Eye Een corpse. For example, the terrifying expert of the baleful Een race. He had never seen him before. Perhaps he had entered from the beginning, or perhaps he was a new expert. In short, after 2 years, the situation in the Purple Heaven Cave had become more and more complicated. Even though Lu Ming's combat strength was not what it used to be, he did not dare to let his guard down. You're just a mixed blood of the extreme Een race. To put it bluntly, you're just a mixed blood. How dare you try to kill my race? You're overestimating yourself. The terrifying expert of the baleful Een race said coldly. His voice was cold and arrogant. Facing the extreme Een corpse, he was like a superior looking down on a subordinate. Extreme Een race? What race is that? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the extreme Een race. Die! The Golden Eye Een corpse's golden eyes were filled with anger. He held a broken bronze battle sword in his hand and attacked crazily, unleashing a terrifying attack. This level of combat prowess was truly astonishing. Even an expert at the level of King Guangqian would be severely injured in a few moves. However, the expert of the baleful Een race was also very powerful. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle with the Golden Eye Een corpse. Below, there were as many as 6 Silver Eye Een corpses among the extreme Een corpses. However, they were all blocked by the baleful Een race experts. Overall, the baleful Een race had the upper hand. From time to time, there would be extreme Een corpses being killed. Suddenly, the Golden Eye Een corpse let out a terrifying roar. The sound pierced through the clouds and spread far and wide. Suddenly, the ground shook. At the same time, a roar came from the depths of the dark red ground. The roar was filled with anger, and a horrifying cold aura rushed over in a frenzy. Another Golden Eye Een corpse. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shock. On this dark red land, there was actually more than one golden-eyed Een corpse. At this moment, what was rushing out from the depths of the dark red earth was clearly another golden-eyed Een corpse. How could a mere mixed blood form such a high-level extreme Een tribe? Damn it, back off! The terrifying expert from the baleful Een race roared. Following his orders, the other members of the baleful Een race all retreated. However, although they retreated, they did so in an orderly manner, not leaving any openings for the absolute Een corpse. At the same time, the baleful Een expert was also retreating as he fought. In the depths of the dark red earth, the second golden-eyed Een corpse was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived nearby. Set up the formation and stop him. The terrifying expert from the baleful Een race ordered. Below them, a joint attack formation was set up. This was actually a 21-man combined attack array, condensing a huge Een Fiend Ghost King, much more terrifying than a 15-man combined attack array. The Een Fiend Ghost King rushed into the sky and exchanged a blow with the second golden-eyed Een corpse. Both sides retreated at the same time. The baleful Een race retreated as they fought. The baleful Een race's speed was extremely fast, and their bodies were like ghosts. The absolute Een corpse could not catch up to them at all. After a while, the baleful Een race calmly retreated. Lu Ming also left secretly without alerting the others. He returned to the concealment formation and recounted what he had just seen. After Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, and the others heard this, they fell into deep thought. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, and there were too many experts. In the years when the Great Origin Tribulation had just descended, existences at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven represented the strongest divine masters. Existences at this level in other factions were called the strongest divine masters. Once the strongest Lord of Heaven appeared, the other divine masters could only avoid him. They were simply unmatched. However, later on, as the creatures of the Forbidden Lands appeared, more and more experts appeared. The strongest Lord of Heaven did not seem that strong anymore. Guangqian emissary was much stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven by a large margin. Now, existences stronger than Guangqian emissary were constantly appearing. The Golden Eye Corpse of the Absolute Een Corpse, the Yi Immortal, the terrifying experts of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, and those joint attack formations. The situation was too complicated. Even though Lu Ming and the others were getting stronger and stronger, they did not dare to be careless at all. There are many creatures of the Forbidden Lands. They will definitely clash with the Absolute Een Corpse. We can continue to stay here and watch the tigers fight. Gumo said. Everyone nodded and continued to cultivate in the concealment formation. Not long after, Qiuqiu returned. For the past 2 years, Qiuqiu had been mining metal on the island and had only returned now. Qiuqiu brought back a piece of news. The creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands had indeed sent many terrifying experts. During this period, there had been more than one conflict with the Absolute Een Corpse. The experts sent by both sides were shockingly strong. There were existences at the level of the Golden Eye Corpse. Moreover, the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands had begun to divide the 9 Qi veins. They began to send people to guard the various Qi veins and wait for the treasures to fly out. As expected, after Qiuqiu returned for 2 days, a large group of experts descended on this area. The Baleful Een race. They were the Baleful Een race. There were about 2,000 of them. The area where they landed was less than 10,000 miles away from Lu Ming and the others. They were on the other side of this Qi vein. 10,000 miles was a very short distance for a divine master. Lu Ming and the others could easily see them. However, they had the concealment formation, so the Baleful Een race could not see them. Damn it. They're clearly trying to steal our resources. Dandan said unhappily. Although they had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, the primal crystals were not very useful to them. However, no one would complain about having too many primal crystals. If they brought back the Heaven Destroyer, they could give it to their friends and family. They could also exchange it for other precious treasures. Moreover, there were precious immortal crystals and source-level divine medicines in the Qi veins. Now that so many Baleful Een race had arrived, they were too much of a hindrance. Just like that, a few more months passed. More and more cracks appeared in the surroundings, and the rumbling from the depths of the ground grew louder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, streams of purple-golden paradise divine light shot out from his Qi channels, forming pillars of light that pierced through the sky and into the firmament. However, the heavenly abode light was not as dense as everyone had imagined. It was far from comparable to the previous Qi vein. It would appear that the heavenly paradise divine light in the heavenly paradise meridians is being continuously extracted by the ancient city's spirit formation. As a result, the heavenly paradise divine light in the heavenly paradise meridians is not very dense. Dandan analyzed. There probably won't be any giant beasts in there, right? Bubbles said. I'm not very sure. Dandan said hesitantly. Chapter 4908. If the heavenly paradise light in the meridians wasn't very dense, they could use the armor that Dandan and Bubble had refined to enter and take the treasures. However, they couldn't be sure if there were any giant beasts condensed from heavenly paradise light in the meridians. The previous meridian had condensed 2 giant beasts. None of the 9 meridians here were smaller than the previous one. Would there be any giant beasts in there? Under normal circumstances, it was most likely possible. However, because the ancient city's formation was constantly absorbing the heavenly paradise light in the meridians, they couldn't be sure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Along with the heavenly paradise light was a large number of desolate crystals. One could see that the great desolation crystals were like specks of stars as they flew out in all directions together with the heavenly paradise divine light. The Baleful Een tribe members acted. Waves of Baleful Een Qi swept out and swept away the desolate gems one by one. They could even see an immortal crystal mixed in from time to time. Desolate crystals were called immortal stones in the previous epoch. Immortal crystals were even more precious as they contained origin imprints. Damn it. We've been guarding here for so long for nothing. Dandan gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Ming and the others also felt that it was a pity. Immortal crystals weren't immortal stones. Immortal stones weren't of much use to them. However, immortal crystals would be of great use once they reached reciprocity. With their talent, breaking through to reciprocity in the future was a certainty. Therefore, it was necessary to store immortal crystals in advance. They were naturally envious when they saw immortal crystals fall into the hands of the baleful Een race. However, they were too close. As soon as they tried to take the immortal crystals and immortal stones, they would be discovered by the baleful Een race. There were around 2,000 baleful Een race members. They were definitely experts. Lu Ming recognized a young baleful Een race member among them. He was the one who had clashed with the golden-eyed Een corpse. Just him alone was enough to fight with Lu Ming. Not to mention, there were so many experts comparable to Guangqian royal emissaries. The combined formations were also extremely terrifying. Once Lu Ming and the others were discovered, they definitely wouldn't be their opponents. I'll secretly collect them with the power of space-time. They shouldn't be able to discover us. Bubbles said. That's right, the power of space-time. It can affect space-time silently. Good, hurry up and attack. Dandan said impatiently. Some time later, another violent tremor came from the depths of his meridians, followed by a burst of heavenly abode light, accompanied by a huge amount of immortal crystals and immortal stones. This time, Bubble made her move. He pressed his hands forward, and two ancient origin characters appeared between his eyebrows. A silent fluctuation spread out. Even the void and space-time in the distance were affected. Many immortal crystals and immortal stones that were flying around suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, they appeared in the concealment formation Lu Ming and the others were in. Bubble used the power of space to intercept the immortal crystals and immortal stones. Then, it used the power of time to erase all fluctuations. It was completely silent and did not cause the slightest fluctuation. At the same time, the baleful Een clansmen also attacked. Baleful Een Chi swept out and swept away the immortal crystals and immortal stones. However, they immediately realized that something was wrong. That's strange. Why are there so few of them? I think so too. I clearly saw a lot of immortal crystals and immortal stones flying out, but when I collected them, I didn't see that many. Am I seeing things? Everyone can't be seeing things, right? Many baleful Een clansmen were discussing, bewildered. The young baleful Een clansman was also bewildered. He looked around but did not find anything unusual. Bubble, collect less next time. If the difference is too big, they might notice something. Lu Ming said to Bubble. Alright. Bubble nodded. As expected, the next time the immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out, Bubble collected less and left more for the baleful Een clansmen. After all, it was a long shot, right? It was not easy to snatch food from the baleful Een clansmen's mouths. This time, the baleful Een clansmen also realized that what they saw was different from what they collected. However, the difference was not very big, and they did not find any clues, so they left it at that. Only the terrifying young leader of the baleful Een clansmen was still puzzled. That's not right. This time, I saw clearly that many immortal stones disappeared into thin air. The young baleful Een clansman thought to himself, his eyes flashing fiercely. It seems that someone is secretly trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. I will find you. His body flickered like a ghost. Very thin strands of baleful Een Chi spread out and penetrated the void like threads. He was surrounded by a large number of baleful Een clansmen, so Lu Ming and the others did not notice his strange behavior. Just like that, every time immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out, Bubble would intercept a portion of them. Over the course of 2 months, the number of immortal stones, or chaos crystals, which were later replaced by immortal stones, that Bubble had intercepted numbered in the hundreds of millions. Bubble had only collected a small portion. The baleful Een clansmen had collected at least a few 100 million immortal stones. After Bubble collected another portion of immortal stones, the young baleful Een clansman's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. I've finally found you. You were hiding in a concealment formation, using the power of time and space to collect immortal crystals and immortal stones. But don't think you can hide from me. The young baleful Een clansman shouted coldly. His body shot up into the sky, bringing with it surging baleful Een chi as he rushed toward where they were. A distance of 10,000 miles could be covered in an instant for an expert of this level. Oh no, we've been discovered. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. At this time, the young baleful Een clansman had already reached them. He slapped out a huge palm that covered the sky and smashed down on Lu Ming and the others. This scene was too sudden. By the time Lu Ming and the others reacted, the violent power had already reached them. The concealment formation that Dandan had set up rumbled violently. After all, the concealment formation was not a defensive formation. Its defensive power was not strong. Under the pressure of such a terrifying power, it immediately collapsed. When the concealment formation collapsed, Lu Ming and the others were naturally exposed. So it's a remnant of the Void Universe. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of me? The young baleful Een clansman shouted coldly. Baleful Een chi surged out and turned into a ferocious evil spirit that pounced on Lu Ming and the others. The evil spirit opened its mouth and roared, wanting to swallow Lu Ming and the others. The young baleful Een clansman was very terrifying. He was an existence that could fight against the golden-eyed Een corpse. Once he attacked, the power was earth-shattering. Bone Demon, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others' expressions changed drastically as they felt a great pressure. Buzz. Lu Ming attacked. The war god's spear trembled and a spear radiance shot up into the sky, colliding with the evil spirit. Chapter 4909. When the spear light collided with the evil spirit howled. It was clearly an attack from the baleful Een youth, but it seemed to be alive. Finally, with a boom, the evil spirit exploded. Lu Ming's body swayed as he retreated 2 steps. The baleful Een youth exclaimed in surprise as he sized up Lu Ming in shock. He clearly hadn't expected Lu Ming to be able to block his attack. His fighting strength could truly be considered invincible among Divine Masters. In the Divine Master realm, those who could block his attack could be counted on one hand. When he discovered that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 9th tier Divine Master realm, he was even more shocked. If a 9th tier Divine Master had such fighting strength, then wouldn't he be even more terrifying after reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm? Then wouldn't an invincible Divine Master like him become a joke? He had to kill him. At this moment, the other baleful Een elites were also rushing over. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. A baleful Een youth comparable to the Guangqin royal emissary roared. He recognized Lu Ming. This person had seen Lu Ming at the Heron ancient mine. In the end, he had been nearly scared to death by Lu Ming and had fled in a sorry state. So you're Lu Ming? Very good, I've heard of your reputation when I first came to Purple Heaven. I'll take your head to celebrate the awakening of me, Gai Shak. The baleful Een youth, Gai Shak, said coldly. His body was like a bottomless pit that constantly spewed out baleful Een chi. The world was pitch black, shrouded by his baleful Een chi. A terrifying aura pressed down on everyone like an abyss. All of you, enter the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing and the others as he secretly opened the Chaos Ring. A suction force enveloped Xian Yanqing and the others. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Young master, be careful. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others asked with concern. They could feel how terrifying Gai Shak was. Although they knew that Lu Ming was strong, they couldn't help but worry. At the same time, they also knew that it would be best for them to enter the Great Desolate Ring. It was much easier for Lu Ming to escape alone than for a group of people. With a flash, they entered the ancient Desolation Ring, leaving Lu Ming alone. Gai Shak's gaze turned cold as he coldly said, "Do you think it's useful to store the others away? If I kill you, the others will die too." As soon as he finished speaking, a black banner appeared in Gai Shak's hand. Streaks of Een chi revolved around the black banner, and it was covered with ferocious and terrifying patterns. It was obvious that this was an extremely high-level source-grade weapon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Gai Shak waved the black banner in Mengdi's hand. Immediately, a strong wind blew, and black chi soared into the sky. Roars came from the black banner, And then huge evil spirits rushed out of the Black Banner and pounced on Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them was extremely terrifying, emitting a cold and sinister aura. Chaos style. Lu Ming directly struck out with the chaos style. A continent formed and suppressed the 9 evil spirits. At the same time, he became one with his spear and executed the sky-breaking style. It turned into a bright spear light and pierced towards Gaishak. Do you think you can fight me in close combat? The king of evil ectoplasm shouted coldly. His body quickly swelled up, and his originally handsome face became ferocious. His body grew several times larger, and he used the Black Banner as an iron rod. He swept it out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Clang! There was a loud explosion, and the force was rampant. Gaishak's body shook violently, and he retreated violently, stepping on the void. However, Lu Ming's attack was also blocked, and his body floated back. Lu Ming felt a cold and sinister aura surging from the war god's spear, and even a small part of it passed through the top source-grade armor and attacked Lu Ming's body. It was destroyed by Lu Ming's taboo force. What a terrifying baleful Yin Qi! Lu Ming was shocked. In a head-on confrontation, the baleful Yin Qi could pass through the top source-grade armor. Although it was only a small part, it was absolutely amazing. Yin Jioling under Dark Knight Rose also controlled the baleful Yin Qi, but compared with Gaishak, it was simply a small child. The difference was too great. However, Gaishak was even more shocked. He felt that Lu Ming's power was simply too sharp and invincible. It almost broke his layers of protective baleful Yin Qi and injured his body. It should be known that except for the Origin Realm experts, no one in the Divine Lord realm had injured him for many years. At this time, the 9 evil spirits also collided with the primitive form and disappeared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. As soon as his figure retreated, he immediately launched a counterattack. He took the initiative to attack Gaishak. The primitive form and the heaven-breaking form were displayed consecutively. Gaishak's speed was also very fast. He also attacked with all his strength. The world was completely enveloped by the baleful Yin Qi. Soon, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Gaishak's baleful Yin Qi was very powerful and terrifying. Not only was it extremely cold, but it could also corrode and devour the flesh and blood of living creatures. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's forbidden power was too strong. It seemed to be able to restrain the baleful Yin Qi. Coupled with the protection of the top source-level divine armor, the baleful Yin Qi could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Although Gaishak also had the top source-level divine armor, Lu Ming was still slightly stronger in terms of frontal strength. After more than 10 moves, Gaishak began to retreat. How could this be? The other baleful Yin race members could not believe their eyes when they saw this scene. Gaishak, who was undefeated and known as the Invincible Divine Lord, was actually at a disadvantage. Moreover, his opponent was a 9th-layer Divine Lord. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Set up the formation, kill him for me. Gaishak roared in rage. He no longer planned to fight Lu Ming one-on-one. He planned to use the formation to kill Lu Ming. The other baleful Yin race experts immediately began to set up formations. 221 people combined attack formations were set up, forming 2 gigantic baleful Yin ghost kings. Yes, there were actually 2 21-man combination formations among the baleful Yin race members. The 2 massive baleful Yin ghost kings lunged at Lu Ming from 2 different directions, their ghost chi soaring into the sky and causing the world to turn cold. A normal peak Divine Lord expert would have been frozen to death by this terrifying ghost chi before they could even get close, let alone fight with these baleful Yin ghost kings. Swish! Lu Ming pushed his speed to the limit, turning into a streak of light as he retreated, dodging the 2 baleful Yin ghost kings. You want to win with numbers? Let's fight another day. Lu Ming sneered and turned to leave. Lu Ming was well aware that he would be defeated while facing Gaishak and 2 21-man combination formations, and he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Naturally, leaving was the best course of action. Although his battle power was slightly stronger than the King Evil Spectre, That was because his forbidden power could restrain the other party. However, there was a limit to how strong he could be. It would be very difficult for him to injure the other party, let alone kill the other party. Thus, leaving was the best course of action. Chapter 49:10. Don't even think about leaving, Gaishak roared. His figure was like a ghost as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, although Gaishak's speed was fast, the two Yin Fiend Ghost Kings weren't as fast. After all, the Yin Fiend Ghost Kings were formed by the Yin Fiend race's combined attack formation. This combined attack formation specialized in offense and speed wasn't its forte. In fact, there were many types of combined attack formation. Some combination formations were good at offense, some were good at defense, and some were good at speed. However, most of the combined attack formations specialized in offense. After all, the purpose of gathering the power of many experts together was to increase the offensive power. There were also many combined attack formations that specialized in defense, but there weren't as many as those that specialized in offense. As for combined attack formations that specialized in speed, there were even fewer of them. The main reason was that they weren't very useful. There weren't many people who could refine such a combined attack formation. What was the purpose of the carrier of the array formation that he had painstakingly refined, which was known for its speed? Was it to escape? Of course, there were also combined attack formations that were very strong in all aspects. However, these combined attack formations were rarer and more precious. The corresponding combined attack formations carrier was also harder to refine. For a combined attack formation with the same number of people, this type of combined attack formations carrier was even more precious. Lu Ming's speed was also very shocking. He was like a ray of light as he disappeared into the distance in an instant. Only Gaishak was able to keep up with Lu Ming's speed. As for the other Yin Fiend race members, they were left far behind. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, flew hundreds of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. The war god's spear was like a mountain range as it smashed towards Gaishak. Gaishak waved the black banner and blocked it. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed and pressed down on Gaishak. Gaishak controlled the 9 evil spirits to block it. With this delay, Lu Ming quickly escaped. Damn it! Gaishak roared in anger. However, he didn't continue to pursue. He knew that he couldn't stop Lu Ming alone. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength strong, but his speed was also faster than he had imagined. Originally, he wanted to delay Lu Ming and wait for the combined attack formation to arrive, but he realized that it was impossible. This Lu Ming is really terrifying. When his cultivation reaches the peak divine master, no one below the origin level will be able to stop him. I have to send a message to the Infernal King and join forces with him. That's the only way. Luof. The king of the evil ectoplasms whispered. His body flashed and he left the place, and Ginfernals, coms, of them about. And the T. Lu Ming, what are your plans now? Xian Yanqing asked Lu Ming. I estimate that there are creatures of the Forbidden Lands near the 9 Qi meridians. We can't let the creatures of the Forbidden Lands get the treasures under the Qi meridians. We can only watch. Lu Ming said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you plan to do? Dandan hurriedly asked. He knew Lu Ming very well and knew that Lu Ming didn't have good intentions. The evil Yin race won't let us have an easy time. Naturally, we can't let them have an easy time either. Now, it's up to Dandan and Bubbles. If the two of you work together, can you make me kill the fiend of Yin silently? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course. Leave it to us. Hee, I love this kind of thing the most. Bubbles and Dandan nodded. Especially Dandan, his smile was treacherous and cold. The group discussed and perfected the details. Then, Dandan set up a concealment array on Lu Ming and Bubbles. After the array was completed, Lu Ming sent Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan and the others back into the ancient ring. He and Bubbles returned to the vicinity of the Qi meridians silently. The king of the evil ectoplasm had returned. The evil Yin race rearranged themselves around the Qi meridians, ready to grab the immortal crystals and immortal stones that flew out of the chi meridians. Kill those who are attacking the array first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded. Wrapping Lu Ming with the power of time and space, the two of them charged toward the evil Yin race. Bubbles' cultivation had reached the 9th-tier Divine Lord realm, so his control over the power of time and space had improved. His comprehension of the two origin ancient words, time and space, had deepened. They traveled through the void as though they were in another world, but also as though they were traveling between the past and the future. When they got close, the evil Yin race didn't notice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, Lu Ming attacked, thrusting his spear 3 times in a row. 3 beams of spear light shot toward 3 evil Yin race experts. He hadn't sent out more spear lights because he was afraid that the power would be scattered and he wouldn't be able to kill them in one strike. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill them in one strike if he sent out 3 beams of spear light at once. The 3 evil Yin race experts he was targeting were the 3 who had set up the array of 21. If he wanted to attack, he would naturally target the one who posed the greatest threat to him. And the 21 people's joint attack formation was undoubtedly the greatest threat to him. Be careful! Gaishak sensed Lu Ming's attack the moment he attacked. With a furious roar, he charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The evil Yin race experts who had set up the array also sensed it. However, setting up a joint attack formation required time. Although the time required was very short, it would still require time no matter how short it might be. Lu Ming suddenly attacked as he approached. His speed was so fast that it was too late for them to set up the array of combined attacks. Lu Ming pierced the skulls of the 3 experts from the malevolent Yin clan. The terrifying destructive power crushed them into pieces, killing the 3 experts from the malevolent Yin clan. A skull hung from each of their bodies. These skulls were the carriers of the array of combined attacks. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the 3 skulls. The other evil Yin race experts were shocked and frantically retreated. As for Gaishak, he charged over and struck with a terrifying blow. Swoosh! Lu Ming retreated quickly. Beside him, Bubbles circulated the spacetime energy to wrap around Lu Ming. In an instant, the two of them quickly retreated silently. The evil Yin race did not even see Lu Ming and Bubbles' shadows. The spacetime energy. It's Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Gaishak roared furiously, his face ferocious. A combined attack of 21 had lost 3 people just like that. Most importantly, the carriers of the 3 combined attacks had been taken away by Lu Ming. He could send people to replace them after they died. As long as they were trained for a period of time, the combined attacks could still operate. However, the loss of the carriers meant that the array of combined attacks was as good as useless. It was extremely difficult to replace the carriers of the array of combined attacks. The price to pay was also shocking. He was furious and wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Set up the array. Be careful not to scatter. Gaishak continued to roar. Chapter 49:11. The Fiend Yin race members began to set up their joint attack formations. 7-man joint attack formations, 9-man joint attack formations, 12-man joint attack formations, all the way up to 21 joint attack formations. The living beings of the Forbidden Lands have an astonishing foundation. So many joint attack formations. In the distance, Lu Ming and Bubbles stood in the dark, observing the Fiend Yin race members' reactions. Just over 2,000 Fiend Yin race members had set up close to 30 joint attack formations. Of course, most of them were 7-man or 9-man joint attack formations, but this was already shocking enough. When 7 ordinary 9th-level Divine Masters set up a 7-man joint attack formation, their battle prowess would be comparable to that of the strongest Heavenly Lords. A 9-man joint attack formation was even stronger. If all the people setting up the formation were peak Divine Masters, a 9-man joint attack formation would be comparable to several experts on the same level as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Not to mention the even stronger 12-man or 15-man joint attack formations. However, Lu Ming did not care about these joint attack arrays at all. The only thing that concerned Lu Ming and posed a threat to Lu Ming was the 21-man joint attack formation. There are actually 2 21-man joint attack formations. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He was very shocked. When the Fiend Yin race had attacked him earlier, they had only deployed two 21-man joint attack formations to attack him. Lu Ming had thought that there would only be two 21-man joint attack formations among the 2,000 Fiend Yin race members. He hadn't expected that there would be three of them. There was still one that hadn't been set up. Lu Ming guessed that the Fiend Yin race members were most likely trying to hide their strength. After all, there was a lot of competition on the island right now. A hidden strength could play a decisive role at a critical moment. But now, the Fiend Yin race members couldn't care less about hiding their strength. If they continued to hide, they might be secretly killed by Lu Ming. Many combined attack arrays condensed Yin Fiend Ghost Kings of different sizes. They surveyed the surroundings. As long as Lu Ming appeared, they would give him a thunderous blow. But how could Lu Ming appear now? They can't keep defending in formation. Their strength will be exhausted. When their strength is exhausted, the formation will no longer be able to be maintained. That will be the time for us to strike. Lu Ming and Bubble communicated in secret. Time ticked by, but Lu Ming didn't appear. The Fiend Yin race members setting up the formation couldn't hold on much longer. This Lu Ming must be waiting for us to lose the formation to launch a sneak attack. Damn it, Gaishak was very smart. How could he not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Disperse the formation and gather together to defend. Remember, it's a 21-man combined attack formation. Hide in the middle. The Fiend Yin race members of the Fiend Yin race heard Fiend Yin race members. The Fiend Yin race, the formation, the Fiend Yin race, the Fiend Yin race formed Yin race. How naive of them to think of using this method to stop me. Don't they know that space-time power can ignore space? Bubble chuckled. Then the space-time power enveloped Lu Ming and himself. In a flash, he charged towards the Fiend Yin race members. The Fiend Yin race members forming a circle might be useful to others, but it was useless to living beings who were proficient in space-time power. Lu Ming and Bubble appeared silently above the Fiend Yin race members. The Battle God's spear stabbed out, and 3 spear radiances shot out towards 3 Fiend Yin race members. These 3 Fiend Yin race members were part of another 21 joint attack formation. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Gaishak had been hovering in the sky. Wisps of Fiend Yin chi seeped into the void as he observed every movement in the surroundings. Before Lu Ming made his move, Gaishak hadn't sensed it. However, once Lu Ming made his move, the minute energy fluctuations were immediately detected by Gaishak. Gaishak waved the black banner. 9 ferocious evil spirits roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. However, they were still one step too slow. Lu Ming used the sky-splitting form. 3 spear radiances were faster than flowing light. The 3 Fiend Yin race members he had chosen were only ordinary peak almighty masters. How could they dodge? The 3 spear radiances pierced through and killed the 3 Fiend Yin race members. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, they were already tens of thousands of miles away at lightning speed. It's a pity that I only got 1 skull this time. However, it's enough. Lu Ming opened his palm. There was a pitch-black skull in his palm. He had wanted to take all 3, but Gaishak had acted too quickly. There was no time, so he had only taken 1. However, taking 1 was enough. The 21 joint attack formation was no longer perfect. Even if he found others to replace them, he could only set up a 21 joint attack formation. Lu Ming was no longer afraid of the imperfect 21 people combined attack array. This way, 2 of the Fiend Yin race's 21 joint attack formations had been destroyed by Lu Ming and Bubble. The other Fiend Yin race members were so frightened that they continued to set up their formations as though they were facing a great enemy. Damn it. Lu Ming, get out here. Get out here if you can and fight fair and square. Gaishak kept roaring. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. Fight fair and square? Wasn't it laughable that the other party had used their joint attack formations to surround him and fight fair and square? How comfortable would it be to hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack? When the last 21 joint attack formation of the Fiend Yin race was destroyed, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid no matter how many people there were. He now had a top-grade source-level divine weapon armor. Unless they were at the same level as him, it would be very difficult to break through his defense. No matter how many people there were, it would be useless. After roaring for a while, Gaishak seemed to know that Lu Ming wouldn't show up. He had no choice but to give up. Go, let's leave this place first. Gaishak roared and retreated in another direction with his men. He had no choice. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave first. If he continued to stay here, his joint attack formations would be destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too difficult to deal with when combined with the power of time and space. I must find a chance to kill this Lu Ming. Otherwise, the threat is too great. Gaishak kept roaring in his heart. Thinking of leaving? How decisive. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he quickly followed with bubbles. However, the Fiend Yin race had been retreating in formation. Lu Ming didn't find a chance to attack. Of course, he could kill those Fiend Yin race members who couldn't form formations. However, it wouldn't be effective to kill more or less of these Fiend Yin race members. Instead, he would expose himself. It wasn't worth it. That is, after following for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. That was because there were many figures rushing in their direction. Fiend Yin Qi filled the air. They were also Fiend Yin race members and there were a shocking number of them. There were almost 2,000 of them. There are so many Fiend Yin race members. It seems that many of them have awakened during this period. Lu Ming muttered with a grave expression. Chapter 49:12. Be careful, Infernal Fiend King. There's someone beside Lu Ming who's proficient in the power of spacetime. They're working together to launch sneak attacks. Be careful, he might break your combined attack formation. Gaishak shouted. Among the baleful Yin beings behind him, there was a baleful Yin being who looked to be in his 30s. His aura was the most terrifying. He was Infernal Fiend King. Set up the formation. Infernal Fiend King immediately ordered. The baleful Yin beings under him immediately began to set up the formation. There were 2 combined attack formations of 21 people and some other combined attack formations. They formed baleful Yin ghost kings that patrolled the area. Gaishak, looks like you've suffered a great loss. Infernal Fiend King said. He stood in the air and looked around. His powerful baleful Yin Qi seeped into the void like a spider web to capture Lu Ming's movements. Another terrifying expert. Lu Ming's expression was grave. This Infernal Fiend King was definitely an existence at the same level as Gaishak. The strength of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands was truly terrifying. Not only did they have many combined attack formations, but they also had a shocking number of terrifying experts. In the era where the origin did not appear, their combat strength was far above the Heavenly Human Tribe, Quasi-Saint Tribe, Evil Demons, and Heaven Destroyer. After all, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were already a Forbidden Lands in the last era of the Eldritch Continent. Their foundation was too profound. Although the Heavenly Human Tribe and Evil Demons were also from the last era, they were only slaves of the Human Tribe. Their foundation was far from comparable to the creatures in the Forbidden Lands. Brother Lu Ming, what do you plan to do now? Continue to attack? Bubbles asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head and said, there are 2 invincible almighty existences. In addition, there are more than 10 existences who are comparable to the former king's envoy. If we attack and get surrounded, it will be difficult for us to escape. 2 invincible divine masters were enough to threaten Lu Ming's life. Furthermore, there were more than a dozen existences comparable to the Guangqin royal envoy. Although it would be difficult for powerhouses of this level to cause any substantial harm to Lu Ming, the sheer number of them was enough to interfere with his movements. In other words, it was enough to keep him occupied. Once he was tied down and the 2 invincible divine masters attacked, Lu Ming would be in grave danger. Not to mention, there were so many joint attack formations. Let's observe them secretly and see where they're going. Lu Ming continued. After a while, they did not find any traces of Lu Ming. Gaishak and the Infernal Spirit King discussed for a while before leading a large group of baleful Yin beings towards the original meridian. They set up camp around the meridians. Gaishak and Infernal Fiend King were guarding the 2 sides. If there were any unusual movements, they would be able to provide support in an instant and form a joint attack. This gave Lu Ming no chance to make a move. Rumble. At this moment, the meridian shook violently. The intensity of the tremors was far greater than before. A giant fissure appeared on the island and large amounts of seawater poured in. However, the seawater was flushed out by the heavenly paradise divine light from the depths of the meridian and evaporated into mist. With the tremors, large amounts of immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out. The baleful beings immediately attacked. There were nearly 4,000 of them, all of them above the divine master realm. As they attacked together, baleful chi spread and swept in all directions, taking away all the immortal crystals and immortal stones. Lu Ming even saw quite a number of divine herbs flying out. Most of them were main divine herbs. However, Lu Ming also saw a stalk of source-level divine herb. All of them fell into the hands of the evil clan. Lu Ming found it a pity, but now was not the time to act. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the baleful beings. It's a top-origin grade divine herb. Don't let it get away. Many baleful people roared. Their baleful chi filled the air, forming many giant hands or interweaving into many giant nets, enveloping a certain area. Swish! A streak of light suddenly shot out of that area with astonishing speed. A top-origin grade divine herb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked in that direction. A divine herb in the shape of a lingji mushroom with roots like feet shot into the distance like a streak of light. It really is a top-origin grade divine herb. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Clearly, this top-origin grade divine herb had rushed out from the depths of the meridian. I can't miss it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A origin grade divine herb of this level was absolutely precious. A peak divine master could use it to break through to the reciprocity realm. Lu Ming's group had obtained one from the meridian with the 4 statues. That top-origin grade divine herb had pretended to be a heavenly paradise divine beast and scared off the Immortal. In the end, it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands and was now not obediently staying in the primitive ring. In that Qi meridian, Lu Ming only discovered one stalk of source-level divine medicine of this level. It was very likely that there was only one origin grade divine herb in the entire meridian. The origin grade divine herb of this level was no different from a living being. It could even cultivate on its own and complete its evolution. Even 100 ordinary origin grade divine herbs wouldn't be able to give birth to a origin grade divine herb of this level. The baleful beings were extremely tempted by such a top origin grade divine herb and they all chased after it. Gaishak and the infernal fiend king were the fastest as they chased after the top origin grade divine herb. They released a large amount of baleful chi to surround it. However, the speed of a origin grade divine herb of this level was extremely shocking. Back in the origin grade divine mountain, they had discovered a few origin grade divine herbs, but whether it was the quasi-immortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming's group, none of them had been able to catch them. The previous origin grade divine herb was careless and had transformed into a heavenly abode, thinking that it had scared Lu Ming and the others. In the end, it had approached the Chaos Ring and was captured by Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles. The origin grade divine herb, which looked like a Ganoderma lucidum, flashed a few times and shuttled through the void, avoiding Gaishak and the infernal fiend king's attacks as it rapidly moved forward. Everyone, get into formation and be on guard. The king of the evil ectoplasm shouted. His body did not stop as he chased after the top origin grade divine herb. The other baleful beings got into formation. Even at this time, they were still worried about Lu Ming's sneak attack and were on guard. Initially, Lu Ming really had this intention. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the other party's joint attack array. However, upon seeing this, he knew that there was no chance. Hence, he did not make a move. Instead, he chased in the direction where the top-notch source-level divine medicine had escaped. Gaishak and the infernal fiend king chased after it. The baleful beings were known for their speed. No matter how fast the origin grade divine herb was, it couldn't shake them off. At this rate, they would catch up to it sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered over how to snatch the origin grade divine herb from Gaishak and the infernal fiend king. Just like that, he crossed a large distance in the blink of an eye. It's the primordial light race. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A large number of figures appeared in front of him. Their hair was fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but the primordial light race? Chapter 49:13. Lu Ming and the others, who had been chasing after the top-notch source-grade divine medicine for a long time, seemed to have reached the vicinity of another meridian and encountered a large number of primordial light tribe members. Lu Ming glanced over and realized that there were at least 3,000 primordial light tribe members. The total number of people that Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji had brought with them had only been a few hundred. Furthermore, Lu Ming immediately saw that Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji were among this group of people. However, the two of them were standing respectfully beside the other two youths. They no longer had the arrogant aura that they had used to have. Who's there? It's a top-notch source-grade divine medicine. The members of the primordial light tribe also noticed the top-notch source-grade sacred medicine immediately. Their eyes were burning with passion. A top-notch source-grade divine medicine was priceless and couldn't be measured by immortal stones. Fifth brother, sixth brother, it's the malevolent Yin tribe. Yuan Jiuji, who was in the primordial light tribe, said softly. Who cares who it is? It's a top-notch source-grade divine medicine. Since we have encountered it, we can't miss it. Attack and surround the divine medicine. A young primordial light tribe member shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the area. This person was Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji's fifth brother. His name was Yuan Wuji. Following Yuan Wuji's order, all the members of the primordial light tribe made their move. Countless beams of light shot out from their heads and rapidly grew in length. They intertwined in the air and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine medicine. The source-grade divine medicine immediately changed direction and rushed in another direction. However, a large number of beams of light also appeared in that direction. More than 3,000 primordial light tribe members made their move together, and the beams of light covered a large area. No matter which direction the source-grade divine medicine rushed in, it was useless. This source-grade divine medicine belongs to the malevolent Yin tribe. Get out of my way, primordial light tribe members. Gaishak shouted as he waved his black banner. 9 malevolent evil spirits rushed towards the primordial light tribe members in an attempt to break the inescapable net formed by the beams of light. At the same time, Infernal Fiend Lord also made his move, unleashing a terrifying attack. But at that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of Mr. Evil Ectoplasm and Mr. Evil Ectoplasm. Their bodies were like rays of light. They continuously released a dozen rays of light which blocked Mr. Evil Ectoplasm and Mr. Evil Ectoplasm's attacks. One was Yuan Wuji, and the other was Yuan Liuji. The primordial light tribe had 9 great princes, each more powerful than the last. Every one of them was a stunning genius. Relatively speaking, the 3 people after the 7th, 8th, and 9th were the least talented. Since the source-grade elixir has come to us, it's ours. Please leave, said Yifutin. Yuan Wuji sneered. Bullshit. Yuan Wuji, get out of my way. Gaishak roared as he continuously waved the black banner and launched terrifying attacks. However, they were all blocked by Yuan Wuji. On the other side, Infernal Fiend King was also blocked by Yuan Liuji. This is not good. If this continues, the source-grade sacred medicine will fall into the hands of the primordial light tribe. Lu Ming's face darkened. He didn't want to see the source-grade sacred medicine fall into the hands of either side. Lu Ming and Bubbles silently appeared not far from the inescapable net. Then, they executed the sky-breaking form and stabbed their spear with all their might. A huge spear radiance burst forth and pierced the intertwining light strands. Rumble! The light strands trembled violently before exploding one after another. In the end, a huge gap was created. We're in the wrong direction. Through the gap, Lu Ming could see that the source-grade sacred medicine was in another direction. It was still quite far away, so it was too late for him to seize the opportunity to rush out of the gap. Only by creating a gap near the source-grade sacred medicine could the source-grade sacred medicine take the opportunity to rush out. However, Lu Ming's move was discovered by the primordial light tribe. It's Lu Ming. Damn it. Set up the array and kill him. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji shouted angrily. Suddenly, the primordial light tribe's figures flashed and two 21 people combined attack arrays were set up. A saber and a sword slashed toward Lu Ming. The bubble enveloped Lu Ming with the power of time and space. In a flash, they were far away. They avoided the two combined attack arrays and appeared on the other side. They weren't far from the source-grade sacred medicine on the other side. Boom! Lu Ming thrusted his spear again, piercing the defensive wall that was intertwined with light beams and hair, piercing a big hole in this area. The source-grade sacred medicine inside seized the opportunity and rushed out. Bubbles, do it? Lu Ming shouted. This was the best time to make a move. He would let Bubbles use the power of time and space to take the source-grade sacred medicine. Leave it to me. Oh no, be careful! Bubbles suddenly shouted. A saber and a sword slashed toward Lu Ming from both sides with terrifying power. It was the 21 people combined attack array of the primordial light tribe. The combined attack array of the primordial light tribe's combined attack array was very powerful and fast. This had something to do with the special attributes of the primordial light tribe. The sword chi and saber radiance surged, making it difficult for Bubbles' power of time and space to reach the source-grade sacred medicine. The source-grade sacred medicine took the opportunity to rush into the distance. Lu Ming, on the other hand, used the primeval style and the heaven-breaking style to block the combined attack of the saber and sword. Let's go! Lu Ming bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, Bubbles brought Lu Ming along and disappeared in a flash. They appeared thousands of miles away and dashed toward the stalk of source-level divine herb. After them. That's Lu Ming. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji and the others roared and stopped fighting. They rushed toward Lu Ming and the source-grade sacred medicine. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the limit. With Bubbles' help, his speed was even faster than Gaishak and the others. He even surpassed the source-grade sacred medicine. He was getting closer and closer to the source-grade sacred medicine. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In front of the source-grade divine herb, a light barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the source-grade divine herb. This light shield was as big as a bowl. It was transparent and huge. It suddenly appeared in front of the source-grade sacred medicine and it was too late for it to dodge. With a clang, the source-grade sacred medicine was enveloped by the light shield. The source-grade sacred medicine crashed into the light shield, but it didn't budge. Although the source-grade sacred medicine's speed was very fast, its offensive power was very ordinary. It wasn't proportional to its speed at all. After the light shield enveloped the source-grade sacred medicine, it trembled slightly and tried to fly away. Bubbles used the power of time and space to control the light shield, but the light shield shook and broke the power of time and space. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on the light shield like a mountain, suppressing it and making it difficult for it to fly away. In the next moment, a figure appeared above the light shield. "Ye Immortal!"